In the heart of the mountains lies a town that should not exist anymore. Its streets are empty, its windows dark, but stories linger here like echoes that refuse to fade. Travelers vanish. Footsteps follow where no one walks. The few who return bring tales of voices, shifting buildings, and rules no one dares to break. These are not campfire legends. They are true unsolved mysteries from the abandoned mountain town. And tonight, we step inside. My name is Gideon Reeve. I have always considered myself a man with a steady hand and a practical mind. A person who would rather test the weight of a thing before believing in its shine. My life has been spent in quiet corners of the wilderness, where the sound of boots on soil and the snap of a branch underfoot carry more weight than the noise of cities. I did not wander into the mountains for myths or whispers. I followed the sign of deer. Tracks in the frost, clean and deliberate, led me further than I intended, to a place I had only heard of in passing. The remnants of an abandoned town cradled in the folds of the valley. I did not mean to sleep there. I did not mean to feel the strange weight of its silence. Yet by the time the sky bled out its last orange light, my tent was set at the edge of the forgotten street, and by dawn, something had walked a circle around me. I say something because the prints were hooves, but there was no deer. The first step had seemed harmless enough. I had broken away from the ridge trail at mid-morning. The light stretched thin and pale through the early autumn sky. Frost still clung to the ground in shady pockets, and the breath of my exhale lingered like smoke. The prints appeared near a shallow stream, a neat line of cloven shapes pressed into the mud. They were fresh, no more than an hour old, their edges crisp and wet. I crouched, studied the spacing, and thought at once of a buck. A big one, too, from the distance between steps. The rut would be starting soon, and I felt the familiar pull in my chest. The kind of hunger that is not just about meat, but about the chase, the proof of patience rewarded. I followed without hesitation. My rifle was strapped to my back, my pack snug to my shoulders. The trail should have carried me back toward the ridgeline by noon, yet the deer led me down, deeper into the hollow where trees grew too tightly, their bare branches scraping together like brittle bones. The air cooled as if the sun had lost interest in this stretch of earth. I pressed on, thinking only of the prize ahead. It was not how I broke through the trees and saw the buildings that I realized where I was. At first, I thought they were cabins, sagging roofs, blackened windows, door frames yawning open. But as I drew nearer, the outline of streets took form beneath the decay. Cobbled paths, half swallowed by weeds. A rusted lamppost tilting into the sky. A well. Its rope gone, its stones slick with moss. It was a town once, though the forest had nearly claimed it. I had heard rumors among hunters. A settlement abandoned before the turn of the century, its people vanished without fanfare. Some said disease. Others spoke of a fire that never caught, a famine that never ended. No one agreed, and no one returned here willingly. The tracks I followed cut straight through the center of it, bold, as if the deer had no fear of ghosts or crumbling timbers. I remember pausing at the square, looking around at the hollow shells of homes. Every shutter hung loose, every window was black, yet I felt eyes somewhere inside, too many to name. My skin prickled, though the air was still. I told myself I was imagining it, that the stories of places like this had always been more shadow than truth. I tightened my pack straps and pressed on. By late afternoon, The tracks had not faded, though I had yet to glimpse the deer. My legs ached, and my throat had dried to parchment. I told myself I would set camp and try again at first light. The town was the last place I wanted to rest, yet the forest pressed too closely beyond its edges, and the ground there was at least flat. I pitched my tent in the shell of what must have been a general store. Its sign collapsed into splinters by the door. The roof was gone, but its walls held enough to shield me from the wind. When night fell, it fell too quickly. One moment there was the faint blush of sun behind the skeletal trees, and the next a darkness thick enough to choke on. I lit my lantern, but its glow seemed too small, swallowed by the shadows of the leaning buildings. Sound carried strangely. Every creak of wood, every whisper of wind against stone, came back doubled, as though the town itself repeated what I did not say. I tried to cook a meal, but the hiss of my stove seemed vulgar, out of place. I ate half-cooked beans and bread in silence, staring at the prints I had tracked, still etched into the mud just beyond the firelight. It was then I realized something was wrong. The tracks should have ended. A deer chase through town would have broken stride, scattered, left some sign of confusion. But the prints were perfect, measured, as if placed by hand in a neat, deliberate pattern. They led into the square and vanished. I traced them with my lantern, but the line stopped at the well, as if the creature had lowered itself into the stone mouth. That thought would not leave me. I tried to sleep, curling into my bag, rifle close at hand. But the silence pressed heavier than sleep could hold. Around midnight, I woke, or perhaps I never fully slept, to the sound of hooves. They were slow, circling, each step heavy enough to press into the soil. I froze, every nerve alive. The steps drew close, faded, then returned again. My lantern was out, and I dared not light it. Instead, I listened, heart hammering. The circle closed around me, again and again, until I thought the ground itself would give way beneath the weight of it. When dawn finally seeped pale across the trees, I crawled out of the tent, throat raw from holding my breath. The air was sharp with frost, my breath a cloud, and there they were, the tracks, a perfect ring around my tent, pressed deep into the soil. Cloven prints, unbroken, encircling me like a boundary. But no deer had passed in the night. No steaming droppings, no torn grass, no glimpse of fur. Just the prints, patient and deliberate, as if something had watched me waiting. I told myself I would leave at once, yet curiosity tugged me back. I followed the ring outward, searching for where it broke, but it did not. The line of prints ended only when it returned to itself, closing the circle as neatly as a seal on a letter. Beyond that ring, the earth was untouched. The forest held no sign of passage. It was as though the creature had risen from the soil itself, walked its vigil around me, and sunk back down before light could find it. Still, I packed quickly. My hands shook as I lashed down the tent, as I slung the rifle across my shoulder. I did not trust the town, nor the thing that had marked me in the night. Yet as I turned back toward the ridge, I saw fresh prints again. They did not lead away this time, but deeper, into the heart of the town, where the buildings leaned closer, roofs caved, doors swallowed by ivy. The hoofprints beckoned, as if daring me to follow. I should have left. I should have turned my back and climbed till the air was thin enough to burn my lungs. But something in me whispered that the deer, if deer it was, had led me here for a reason. Perhaps I wanted to see the end of it. Perhaps I could not bear to walk away without knowing. I gripped the rifle tighter and stepped after the tracks. The deeper I walked, the stranger the air became. It did not smell of rot or damp wood, as I expected, but of iron. Faint and sharp, like blood on a blade. The prince led past the old church, its steeple toppled into rubble, the bell long gone. I imagined it once tolled here, calling the faithful. Now the wind whistled through its windows, a hollow hymn. The hoofprints did not pause, did not scatter. They walked up to the door, and though the threshold was broken, the prince continued straight through, vanishing into the darkness within. I stood there a long time, staring. My breath quickened, my palms slick. The church was empty, I told myself. Empty wood and stone. But the air that leaked from its doorway was colder than the frost, and I swore I heard the faint echo of steps inside. I stepped back, shaking my head. I would not go in. Not yet. Instead, I circled back toward the square, where the well still gaped open. Its stones were slick, its mouth wide enough to swallow a man whole. I leaned closer, peering down, but the light did not reach far. Only darkness, thick and still, as if the earth had no bottom here. I dropped a pebble, but no sound returned. Not a splash, not a strike. Only silence, endless as the grave. I pulled back at once, chest tight. The wind shifted then, a low sigh between the empty homes. I turned and thought I saw movement. Just at the edge of the street, between two crumbling walls. A shadow, taller than a deer, slimmer than a man, slipping back into the dark. My heart seized, and I raised the rifle, but the space was empty. Nothing moved, the air stilled. Only the prince remained, mocking, waiting. And though every instinct screamed for me to run, I felt the town had already claimed me. The circle had been drawn, and I was inside it now. The shadow lingered in my mind, long after the space had gone still. I lowered the rifle slowly, my arms aching from how hard I had gripped it. The town was quiet again. Too quiet, the kind of hush that feels earned, like something had moved through and demanded its toll. I forced myself to breathe, to shake out the tension in my shoulders. I told myself it had been a trick of the light, a branch swaying, my own nerves stitching patterns into the dark. But I did not believe it. I could not leave yet. That was the strangest part. My body urged me back to the ridge, but something heavier rooted me here. It was not greed, nor bravery. It was compulsion. The same pull that had kept me following the prince through the valley now pressed me deeper into the skeleton of the town. I circled the square once more, the broken mow at its center like an open mouth. The prints around my tent still glared from the soil, sharp and unsoftened by time. When I pressed a boot against one, the impression seemed deeper than my own weight should make it, as though the earth gave way willingly beneath whatever had walked here. I shuddered and stepped back. The daylight had grown weak, thin as milk spilling through clouds. The town did not warm, even when the sun brushed its rooftops. I walked slowly, scanning each house. Their windows were too dark, too still, as though the glass was painted black rather than transparent. My reflection never caught there. I watched carefully, testing, stepping into the glow of one shattered frame, only to find my shape absent. Nothing stared back. The glass drank me whole. My mouth dried as I moved. A man can only look at so many windows that refuse him before he feels less than flesh. I tried to laugh at myself under my breath, but the sound came out hollow, stranger than I intended. It echoed off the walls, returning sharper than I had spoken it. I snapped my mouth shut. That was when I heard the bell. A low, metallic toll shivered the air. faint but distinct, like the groan of rusted iron stirred awake. My skin went cold. The church had no bell. I had seen the steeple collapsed. The husk of its roof opened to the sky. Yet the sound rolled through the square, once, twice, a third time, before fading back into silence. Each strike rattled my bones. I gripped the rifle tighter and turned toward the church. Its doorway gaped wider now. Or perhaps the dark within had grown thicker, pulling me in. I felt a steady pull, as though the toll had been meant for me alone. The prince I had seen earlier ended at that threshold. Whatever had circled me in the night had gone inside. I told myself I would take only a glance, that I would not linger. But when my boot crossed the threshold, the air shifted instantly. The cold there was unnatural, heavy, pressing. My breath fogged, though outside the frost had already begun to melt. Inside, the church was stripped bare. The pews had been broken, splintered, their pieces heaped in piles along the walls. The pulpit was gone, only a scar on the floor where it once stood. Dust hung in the air, though I could not smell it. My lantern beam stretched far, but shadows crouched in corners deeper than light could touch. And there were the prints. They crossed the wooden floor, each step etched as though hooves had struck stone. They led up the central aisle, straight to the altar space, and stopped. No return trail, no scatter. Just a single path forward, ending at the wall. I lowered myself to study them. The wood should have splintered under such weight, but the grooves were clean, as though carved deliberately. I traced one with my fingers, feeling the depth. My skin burned cold where it touched. I pulled back at once, sucking air through my teeth. The silence thickened. Behind me, a board creaked. I spun, rifle raised, lantern beam cutting the dark. Nothing moved, nothing breathed. Yet I knew I was not alone. The air carried a new scent now, sharp and metallic, the same iron tang I had caught outside. Blood, faint and dry, but present. It clung to the wood, to the dust, to the prints themselves. I gagged, steadying myself against the wall. And then I saw it. At the far end of the church, behind the altar's scar, the wall was split. A narrow seam, almost invisible, ran down its center, as though two panels had been pressed together. The prints ended there, nose to the crack. I stepped closer, lantern lifted. My light slipped through the seam, catching on stone behind it. A passage, hidden. The sight sank like a stone in my gut. Every story I had ever dismissed about this town came crawling back, whispered on the wind. Vanished settlers, a famine that left no bones. Some had spoken of sacrifices, others of bargains. I had laughed at them once, but the prince had led me here. Whatever walked on hooves, it had gone inside. I pressed my palm against the seam. The wood gave, reluctant but yielding. A gap split wider, enough for a man to slip through. The dark beyond breathed out against my face, damp and cold, like air from deep underground. I stood there too long. My lantern trembled in my hand. Some part of me begged to seal it back and walk away. Yet my legs betrayed me. I slid through the gap, rifle first, and entered. The passage was narrow, stone walls close enough to scrape my shoulders. The air smelled stronger now, iron and damp earth, an old cellar's breath. My boots sank against dirt, soft and uneven. The prints followed me, etched clean into the soil, unbroken. I do not know how far I walked. My sense of distance frayed quickly, the tunnel winding without direction. The silence pressed so tightly that even my breath seemed too loud. At times I thought I heard steps behind me, softer than my own, pausing when I paused, resuming when I moved. Each time I spun, my light caught only walls. At last, the tunnel opened into a chamber. The ceiling rose higher than I expected, lost in shadow. The walls were carved stone, rough but deliberate, as though hands long ago had widened this hollow. And in the center stood a circle of stones, waist high, their surfaces blackened by old fire. Around the circle, the prints gathered. Dozens of them, layered atop each other, overlapping. Some pointed inward, some outward, but none crossed the ring. It was a boundary like the one around my tent, only larger, older, deeper. I stepped closer, lantern raised. Inside the ring, the soil was bare, untouched, smooth as glass. Not a single mark marred its surface. I do not know why, but dread struck me harder in that moment than any before. The untouched earth was wrong. It felt reserved, sacred, like a stage awaiting its actor. I lowered the lantern and found my hands trembling. Then, from above, I heard the bell again. Once, twice, 13 times. The sound shook the chamber, though no bell hung there. Dust spilled from the ceiling. My chest seized as each toll struck, heavier than the last. By the 13th, my knees buckled. The silence that followed was absolute. And in that silence, the soil within the ring shifted. Just a ripple at first, subtle, as though something beneath had stirred. Then a crack appeared, running across the surface, widening slowly. I stumbled back, heart hammering. The prints at my feet seemed fresher now, darker, as if pressed only moments before. The soil split open, and I saw movement. Something rose, slow and deliberate, as though it had been waiting. A shape pushed through, too tall, too thin. Its limbs bending wrong, its head crowned with the suggestion of antlers. Not deer antlers, not clean and branching, but twisted, knotted, curling toward the ceiling like roots torn from the ground. It stood inside the ring, eyes black hollows, breath steaming in the lantern glow. The smell of iron flooded the air. I froze, rifle raised, finger trembling against the trigger. The creature did not move. It only stared, its head tilting slightly, as though curious. My chest burned with the weight of its gaze. My instinct screamed to shoot. But another voice whispered that the boundary held it. The prince had never crossed. It stood where the soil was untouched, and perhaps it could not leave. I lowered the rifle, inch by inch, though my body shook. The creature's head followed, tilting further, the antlers scraping stone above. A sound escaped its hollow chest then. Not words, not growls, but something in between. A low, broken tone, repeated once, twice. My name. Gideon. The chamber swam. My vision blurred. It was not a voice, not truly, but the sound of my own name carved from stone and shadow. It echoed wrong, bouncing off the walls in tones that did not belong to me. Gideon. I staggered back, lantern swinging wildly. The prints at my feet seemed to shift with me, as though guiding me back toward the passage. The creature did not follow. It only watched, head tilting, name breaking from its chest like a chant. I ran then. I do not remember raising the rifle, nor how I kept the lantern alight. The tunnel stretched too long, each turn unfamiliar, each shadow alive. My breath tore at my lungs, and still the voice followed, always close, always patient. When at last I burst back through the seam into the church, the air was no warmer. The silence there was worse than the dark. My legs trembled as I stumbled into the square. The town was waiting. Every house, every window stared at me, darker than before. The well yawned wider, and around me, in the fraud's soft soil, new prints circled. Not one ring this time, but several, widening outward, layer upon layer, until the whole square was marked. I had been claimed. The thing had not left the chamber, yet its mark was already here. The town was its circle, and I stood in its center. The rings stretched across the square like ripples frozen in soil. Each circle perfect. Each step pressed deep as if with ritual care. I turned in slow panic, watching the layers widen until they kissed the edges of the ruined homes. It was not just the ground that bore them. My eyes adjusted, and I saw the same pattern etched faintly into the walls, the stones, even the air itself. Hoofprints repeating, encircling, sealing. I wanted to flee. My body screamed for the ridge, for the forest trail, for open sky. Yet when I tried to take a step, my boot felt nailed to the earth. I forced harder, lifting with all my strength, and the ground released me with a sucking sound like flesh torn free. The soil clung wet, though it had been dry seconds before. A dampness spread across my foot, cold as the chamber air, crawling up my leg. I stumbled forward, rifle clattering against my chest, and half ran across the square. The prints followed. I do not mean more appeared in the soil. I mean that the very ring moved, widening with each of my steps, keeping me at its center. I ran to the well and back, to the church and beyond. And still the circles pulsed outward, never breaking, never ending. I stopped at the edge of town, chest heaving, sweat freezing against my neck. My lantern shook wildly in my grip. I could see the tree line, less than 50 yards beyond the last sagging house. But the prints reached it first. They widened, spread, then curved like walls around me, closing the path. The circle did not want me to leave. The bell tolled again. Once, twice, 13 times. The air shivered with each strike. Windows rattled in their frames. Dust rained from broken rafters. The sound did not come from the church, now but from the sky itself, as if the heavens had taken the bell and rung it hollow. By the final toll, the town was alive. Not with people, not with light, but with motion. Shadows poured from doorways, tall and wrong. Shapes of deer that bent into men, shapes of men that slouched into beasts. They stepped with hooves, their legs jointed backward, their hands ending in cloven splits. Dozens of them crowding the edges of the square. Their eyes were black wells, their mouths slack, and their antlers twisted in unnatural spirals that scraped against the sagging roofs. I raised the rifle. My breath hitched. My finger pressed the trigger. The shot cracked through the air, ringing louder than the bell. The bullet tore through the closest shape, splitting its chest wide. Yet it did not fall. The hole yawned open, steaming, then closed again as though the wound had been drawn with ink and simply erased. The creature tilted its head, curious, as if testing my desperation. The others stepped forward, hooves clattering against stone, yet none crossed the innermost circle. They paced its edge, eyes fixed on me, waiting. The chamber below had taught me the rule: the ring was a boundary. And boundaries, once made, must be respected, even by what had made them. I was safe only so long as I did not break it. The thought should have calmed me, but dread only grew. If they had circled my tent the night before, they had been measuring. If they had drawn the square now, they had been choosing. I was no intruder here. I was the offering. I stumbled back to the well, lantern light trembling over its stones. My reflection caught in the water far below. But it was not mine. The face that looked back was hollow-eyed, mouth slack, skin stretched thin. Antlers sprouted from my temples in miniature buds. My stomach lurched, bile burning my throat. I dropped the lantern. It fell into the well, its flame streaking gold against the dark, before it vanished without a sound. No splash, no shatter. Just gone. The square plunged black. The creature's eyes burned faintly now, faint stars in the dark, all turned toward me. They pressed closer to the circle, the soil grinding under their hooves. Then came the voice. Not from them, not from the air, but from the ground itself, rising like steam from the soil. It was deep, many-layered, a chorus of tones stretched wrong. It spoke not in language, but in truth, and I understood without hearing words. The town had not been abandoned. Its people had been taken, swallowed, made into these things that circled me now, bound by rins, by bargains, by hunger, and I had followed their lure willingly, like a stag to a salt lick. Gideon. The sound of my name struck again, splitting my chest open from inside. I staggered, clutching at my ribs. The circle was closing. The prince tightened, no longer rippling outward, but drawing in, each step erasing space between me and them. I stumbled to the church steps, tripping on the broken stones, and fell hard against the wood. My rifle slipped from my grasp, clattering into the dark. I crawled up the steps, fingers bleeding, forcing myself back into the ruin. Inside, the seam in the wall still gaped open. I do not remember choosing to move toward it, but my body carried me down the passage again, deeper into the earth. The prince glowed faintly in the dark now, each step burning cold light. I followed against my will, like a moth to flame. The chamber was waiting. The circle of stones at its center gleamed with wetness, though no fire burned there. The soil within rippled again, restless. I knew then what the offering was meant to be. The ring above had not been to trap me. It had been to guide me here, to place me exactly where they wanted. I fell to my knees at the edge of the circle. My hands pressed against the soil, and it felt warm now, pulsing faintly like skin. The iron smell rose thick enough to choke. The creature emerged again, antlers scraping stone. Hollow eyes locked on mine. Its chest heaved with breath that was not breath but smoke. The others crowded the tunnel mouth behind me, their shapes filling the space, their eyes unblinking. Gideon. The chant rose, layered, endless. My name repeated from every shadow, every wall, every mouth. It shook the chamber until dust fell like rain. I tried to scream back at them, to deny, to fight. But the soil beneath me opened, softening, pulling at my arms, my legs. It sucked me downward, patient and strong. I clawed at the stones, my nails splitting, but the ground did not release. The last thing I saw was my reflection again, rippling in the soil like water. My eyes had gone black, antlers thick across my skull. My mouth moved with theirs, chanting my name. Gideon. The earth swallowed me whole. I do not know if this part can truly be told, for I should not exist to tell it. Yet here I am, voice carried like wind between the timbers of this forgotten town. I feel the circle even now, pressing close around me. My boots are gone, my rifle gone, my hands cloven and split. The hunger that drove me to follow deer tracks has turned inward, an endless gnawing that will never quiet. When the bell tolls again, I rise with the others. I walk the rings. I circle the tents of those who stray too near. My name is Gideon Reeve, and I am no longer hunter, no longer man. I am the echo of prints in soil where no deer walk, the shadow that tilts its head too wide, the voice that calls you by your name from behind the stone. If you follow tracks into the valley, if you find a town where windows swallow your reflection, turn back. Do not pitch your tent here. Do not listen for the bell, because if you do, by dawn the prince will circle you too. And when you hear your name spoken in the dark, it will already be too late. My name is Isla Keen, and I must begin by admitting that I am not usually given to superstitions. I was raised to be practical, to trust what I could see, and to question what I could not. The wilderness, with all its shadows and strange sounds, had never been a source of fear for me. If anything, I found comfort in the solitude of trees, the rhythm of walking, the honest fatigue of a long trail. And yet, what I experienced on that particular journey, into ruins of an abandoned settlement, has left me questioning not only my sense of reason, but the stability of the world itself. I write this with measured care, because I know how easily memory can bend to imagination, but I also know that what I encountered was not a product of fatigue or fear. It was something else, something real, and something I cannot forget. The day I first entered those ruins began like any other hike. The morning was bright, the air crisp, the kind of weather that tempts you to push a little farther than planned. I had been traveling through a stretch of forest that was neither mapped thoroughly nor marked by official trails. And though I had no intention of getting lost, I had a tendency to follow curiosity wherever it led. That day, curiosity took me along a narrow path, barely cut into the underbrush, a line of stones and sunken earth that suggested it had once been walked often, long ago. The further I followed it, the quieter the forest became. Birds that had been chattering in the distance fell silent, and the wind that had rustled leaves on my earlier hike seemed to hold its breath. The silence pressed on me, but I told myself it was only the density of the trees. When the path widened, I came to what I can only describe as the skeleton of a town. Foundations of houses, their walls long since crumbled, framed patches of grass and weeds. Stones lay scattered, moss growing thick between them. And the outlines of streets could still be traced like the veins of some dead organism, sprawled across the earth. It was both haunting and beautiful, the way time had worn it down and nature had taken it back. But there was something in its arrangement that felt unnervingly intact, as if the memory of the people who had once lived here refused to let it collapse fully. At the center of this ruined square stood a well. Its stones were worn smooth by years of weather, and ivy climbed its circular mouth. The wooden cover that must have once kept it sealed was missing, and when I approached, I saw only darkness yawning below. I leaned over the edge, expecting to hear water echo faintly from its depths, but instead there was nothing. No sound, no hint of moisture rising from below, only a shaft of shadow swallowing the light. I found myself both drawn to it and unsettled, as if the well had a kind of gravity that wasn't entirely physical. It is childish, perhaps, but I wanted to hear that familiar sound. A stone striking water far below. I searched the ground, found a loose rock no larger than my palm, and held it over the opening. My fingers hesitated before letting it fall. I cannot explain why I felt such reluctance, but I told myself it was nothing more than nerves. Stirred by the silence of the place, I released it. The stone clattered against the inner walls as it fell, and for a moment the sound echoed exactly as expected. Then, as the echoes deepened, I heard it the clear, unmistakable laughter of a child. It rose from the darkness, high, pitched, and mirthful, as though the well itself had swallowed a child whole and kept its voice alive. The laugh carried on for longer than it should have, and though every instinct told me to recoil, I found myself leaning closer, my breath caught in my throat. It was not the wind, nor some trick of the stone falling, nor the echo of my imagination. It was laughter, alive, deliberate, and impossibly deep within that well. I stumbled back, heart pounding, my rational mind scrambling for any explanation. Perhaps some vent of air had distorted the sound. Perhaps a bird had caught at the exact moment the stone dropped. I even entertained the thought of someone hiding below, though the depth of the well had appeared too great for any human voice to rise so clearly. I wanted desperately to dismiss it as coincidence, to set it aside, but the sound lingered in my ears long after it should have faded. Worse, it carried with it a peculiar familiarity, as though I had heard that laugh before, in childhood, long forgotten until it was forced back upon me. I should have left then. Any sensible person would have turned and retraced their steps, leaving the ruins to whatever echoes they harbored. But I am not always sensible. Curiosity has led me into places both wondrous and dangerous, and it has always been stronger than caution. So instead of retreating, I stayed. I circled the square, studying the collapsed houses, trying to distract myself with the physical details of the settlement. But my attention kept drawing back to the well. I felt watched, not in the way of being observed by an animal or another person, but in a way that was more insidious, as though the stones themselves had grown eyes and followed me. As I walked through the ruins, I noticed other details that unsettled me. There were carvings in some of the remaining stones, faint and worn, but distinct enough to recognize as crude figures. Children holding hands, circles drawn around them. In another foundation, the remnants of what might have been a hearth. There were ashes far too fresh to belong to a fire long extinguished. My skin prickled as I brushed them with my boot, realizing they smudged and stained, still pliant. Someone, or something, had been here not long ago. The forest pressed in on the edges of the town, but none of the trees grew within the square itself. It was as if the land inside had been deliberately kept bare, resisting the wild growth around it. The grass was thin, the soil beneath it gray and hard, unlike the rich earth beyond. Every instinct whispered that the place was wrong, that it was holding something back, and yet I could not stop myself from circling closer to the well again, my steps tightening like a moth spiraling into flame. The second time I leaned over its edge, I did not bring a stone. I only listened. At first there was nothing, only the hush of the air above the opening. Then, as though stirred by my presence, I heard it again, a soft giggle, faint but undeniable. This time there was no excuse, no chance of coincidence. The voice rose slowly, like a child trying not to be caught in mischief. And when it broke into laughter again, it carried a sharpness beneath the joy, as if it were mocking me. I jerked back, my chest tight, a coldness seeping through me despite the afternoon sun. I forced myself to breathe, to think. I told myself that I was tired, that the hours of hiking had played tricks on my senses. I drank water, sat on a fallen stone, and tried to calm my racing heart. But every time I glanced at the well, I half expected to see a small figure climbing out of it, pale hands grasping the stones, eyes glinting in the shadow. My imagination would not release me, and the square felt smaller with every passing moment, the ruins pressing closer, the silence louder. I should have left, but instead I set up my tent at the edge of the ruins. I told myself it was too late to hike back safely, that the square would at least provide flat ground. But the truth was that I wanted to see what would happen if I stayed. I wanted answers more than I wanted safety. As I unpacked my gear, I could not help but glance again at the well, and I swore I saw something move within it, a flicker of pale light deep in the shaft. By the time I blinked, it was gone. That night, as darkness settled, the silence grew unbearable. No insects chirped. No owls called. Even the breeze seemed to vanish, and the air hung heavy. I sat awake by the faint glow of my lantern, listening, straining for any sound beyond my own breath. When it came, it was not subtle. From the well, carried on the stillness of the night, rose the sound of a child singing. The voice was clear, high, and sweet, drifting up from the depths like a lullaby. The words were indistinct, lost in the echo, but the melody was unmistakably human. My skin crawled, and tears pricked my eyes without warning, not from fear alone, but from something more complicated. Something like recognition. The tune seemed almost familiar, as if I had heard it once as a child, perhaps a song hummed to me in sleep. I pressed my hands to my ears, but it did not matter. The voice seemed to bypass my hearing and settle directly into my mind. And then, between the verses, the child's voice whispered my name. When I heard my name carried up from that well, I froze as if my body had been turned to stone. The darkness surrounding me thickened, and for a long, paralyzed moment, I could not even breathe. My name, spoken in a child's voice, had not been faint or uncertain. It had not been the trick of wind or water, nor the stretch of imagination. It had been clear, deliberate, and unmistakably directed at me. Isla, it whispered again, playful, curious, almost affectionate. The sound sent a violent shiver through me. How could anything down there know me? I had never been here before. I had told no one of my plan to come this way. I was alone, far beyond the beaten paths. And yet something knew my name. I clenched my lantern tighter, my hand trembling as shadows shook across the crumbled stones. I wanted to shout into the well, to demand an explanation, but fear kept my lips sealed. Some part of me understood that if I acknowledged it, if I answered, the distance between myself and whatever was in that darkness would collapse, and I would no longer be merely a witness. I would be a participant. The silence that followed was suffocating. I sat there for what felt like an hour, though time had lost its rhythm. At last the song resumed, the same faint lullaby, drifting upward. Sweet and soft, as if the voice wanted to soothe me into sleep. But the sweetness carried a barbed undertone, something cloying and wrong. I lay down in my tent with the lantern still burning, unable to bring myself to snuff it out. That night, I did not sleep. I drifted in and out of shallow dozes, each one pierced by dreams too sharp to be dreams. I saw children standing around the well, their faces indistinct, their laughter overlapping like the echo of bells. I saw pale hands rising from the stones, pulling themselves over the edge. I heard footsteps circling my tent, light as though barefoot, yet somehow synchronized. A rhythm that matched the lullaby. When I finally dared to unzip the flap and look outside, there was nothing but the ruins, still and silent under the moonlight. Yet the feeling of being watched lingered, as heavy as a hand pressing against the back of my neck. At dawn, I stumbled out into the square, my body trembling from exhaustion. The well loomed in the center, as innocent and ancient as any ruin, but I could not bring myself to approach it. The stones around it looked darker, damp perhaps, though the air was dry. I told myself I would leave. I packed my gear quickly, hands fumbling, desperate to escape before the day deepened and the voice returned. But when I turned to retrace my path, I could not find the trail. The line of sunken earth that had guided me into the ruins was gone, swallowed by the undergrowth, as though it had never existed. I circled the edge of the square, searching, but the forest loomed close and seamless, offering no direction. I cursed under my breath, heart thudding. I was not inexperienced. I had a compass, a map, and enough sense to orient myself by the sun. Yet no matter which way I turned, the forest seemed foreign, the lines of the trees unfamiliar. Worse, every time I glanced back, the well stood in the center, perfectly visible, as if it were the only fixed point in the world. I tried to push into the woods regardless. The branches clawed at me, the brambles catching on my clothes, and after only a short distance I found myself stumbling back into the square. I had not turned. I had walked straight. And yet here I was again. The well at my back, the same ruined stones underfoot. Panic welled in me, sharp and dizzying. I shouted then, breaking the silence, my voice raw and too loud in the still air. "Hello, is anyone here?" My words bounced against the stones and fled into the trees. No answer came. Only, after a long pause, a faint giggle rose from the well, drifting up to mock me. I ran then, without direction, plunging into the forest again, branches tearing at my arms. I forced myself through thickets, climbed over fallen logs, gasped for breath as my lungs burned. For nearly an hour I fought my way forward, certain that this time I would break free. But when I staggered into a small clearing at last, the sight before me stopped me cold. The well. It stood there, exactly as before, at the heart of a square of ruined foundations. My knees weakened, and I nearly collapsed. The air reeked faintly of damp earth and something metallic like rust or blood. That was the moment I realized the truth I had been avoiding. The ruins were not merely a place. They were a snare. The well was its center, and it would not allow me to leave. I sat on the ground, trembling, and tried to think. My rational mind demanded explanations. Geography, disorientation, fatigue. But none could account for the way the ruins had folded back around me. None could explain the voice that knew my name. And as I sat there, the sun climbing higher, I felt the air grow colder rather than warmer. Shadows thickened in the corners of the ruins, and I knew I could not simply wait the day away. Something moved then, across the square. At first, I thought it was an animal, but as I looked closer, I saw it was a figure. Small, slight, no taller than a child of 6 or 7. It stood near the far edge, half hidden by the remains of a wall. My breath caught in my throat. The figure's skin was pale, its hair tangled, its clothes indistinct as if made of shadow. It did not move toward me. It only watched. "Who are you?" I whispered, my voice breaking. The child tilted its head. From that distance, I could not make out its features, but I thought I saw its mouth curve upward in a smile. Then, without a sound, it turned and walked behind the stones, disappearing. I leapt to my feet and stumbled forward, unable to stop myself. I reached the spot within moments, but the child was gone. The air was colder there, and the grass bent as though something had just passed through. I turned in circles, searching, calling out, but only the silence answered me. Until, at last, from the well came a single word, drawn out and sweet, closer. The voice was not only in my ears. It resonated in my bones, vibrating through me like a plucked string. I staggered back, my heart hammering. The temptation to obey, to lean over the edge, to see what waited below, was overwhelming, a pressure I could barely resist. I clenched my fists, dug my nails into my palms, forced myself to turn away. I knew then that the well was not empty. It was not dry stone and shadow. It was full of voices, full of something that had lived there. Long before I arrived, something that wanted me. I resolved that I would not give it the satisfaction. I would not lean closer. I would not let it have me. If I could not leave the ruins, I would at least resist its pull. That night, I built my fire far from the well, stacking stones between myself and its mouth, as though the feeble barrier could protect me. But when night fell, the voices returned. Not one but many. Children laughing, singing, calling out. Their words twisted into games and rhymes, taunts and whispers. Some giggled just outside my tent, their footsteps pattering in circles. Others whispered inside my head, close as breath. I pressed my hands over my ears, but it made no difference. And then, among the laughter, I heard my mother's voice. She had been dead for years. Yet her voice was there, clear and familiar, calling to me the way she had. When I was a child playing outside, my throat closed, my eyes stung, and I felt tears streaming down my face. The well was not only a snare for the body, it was a snare for memory, for love, for grief. It knew what to use against me. By the time dawn came, I was hollow. I had not slept. I had not eaten. I stared at the well across the square and realized that my resolve was weakening. I could not endure another night. And deep within me, beneath the fear, a seed of curiosity still pulsed. If I leaned over, if I looked just once, perhaps I would understand. Perhaps I would see what was truly there. The thought haunted me through the morning. Every time I tried to turn my eyes away, they drifted back, and by midday, I found myself standing at its edge again, peering into the dark. This time, something peered back. I saw them, eyes. Dozens of small, glimmering eyes opening in the depths, reflecting the faint light from above. They blinked in unison, and for the first time I heard the latter not as echo, but as chorus, rising to greet me. And then the hands came. Pale, thin, too many to count, reaching upward, stretching toward the lip of the well. The hands did not belong to one child. They belonged to dozens, thin wrists and small fingers pale as bone, stretching up toward the lip of the well, as if the dark itself had sprouted them. Their nails were blackened, cracked, their knuckles swollen and wrong. They clucked at the air, opening and closing, as if they could already feel my skin. I staggered back, stumbling over broken stones, my chest tight, my throat raw with a scream I did not let out. The laughter rose, overlapping voices of children, bright and sharp, echoing not only from the depths but from every direction at once. It was no longer playful. It was triumphant. They had waited for me to return, and now they reached for me with the hunger of something that had never stopped reaching. I fled to the far edge of the square, pressing myself against the ruin of a wall, my body shaking. The hands scrabbled against the inside stones of the well, but they never climbed higher than the lip. They clutched and strained, but some invisible barrier kept them from spilling out. That should have comforted me, but it didn't. Because the longer I stared, the more I realized the barrier was not to keep them in. It was to keep me out. The well wanted me to come closer of my own will. I sat there for hours, trapped between terror and exhaustion. The hands did not withdraw. They remained twitching, waiting, like the lure of a predator too patient to chase. I told myself I would not go near, that I would wait until they vanished. But the daylight dimmed, the shadows lengthened, and they did not fade. When night finally smothered the ruins, The eyes bloomed again below, dozens of glimmering pinpricks, reflecting the firelight from my camp. And then the voices changed. The children's laughter softened, melting into sobs. I heard them crying, pleading, whimpering for help. Their words echoed up in broken fragments. So cold, please, mother. And each one pierced me. My chest ached. My skin burned with the urge to do something. It was cruel, unbearable. And when the sobs gave way to my mother's voice once more, speaking in the gentle cadence she had used when I was small, I broke. I stumbled toward the well, hands trembling, breath shallow. Every step felt like betrayal of my own survival, yet I could not stop. The sobs sharpened into gasps of relief, as if they knew I was coming. My lantern swung in my grip, casting jagged light across the stones, and the pale hands below reached higher, curling, eager. I stood at the lip, my knees weak, and peered into the darkness. The eyes blinked up at me, reflecting my lantern's glow. The hands strained, fingertips brushing the inside of the stones. For the first time, I found my voice. "What do you want from me?" I whispered. The answer came in a chorus, dozens of voices layered into one, high and low, broken and whole. "Join us." The words vibrated through me, and the air thickened, heavy and damp. I tried to back away, but my body felt leaden, as if unseen fingers had already twined around my ankles. The laughter surged again, louder than before, and I felt my balance tilt, my weight leaning forward. Panic roared in me. I dropped the lantern. It clattered against the stones, its flame sputtering, and in that fragile moment of distraction, I wrenched myself backward, tearing free of the invisible pull. I collapsed onto the ground, my chest heaving. The laughter turned shrill, furious, a cacophony of rage. The hands slapped against the stones, clawing for me, but still they did not rise beyond the lip. The eyes blinked wildly, dozens closing at once, then opening again. I scrambled to my feet, my body numb with adrenaline, and ran into the forest. I do not know how long I ran. My feet bled. My lungs burned. I tripped over roots, crashed through brambles, tore my clothes to ribbons. I thought I would collapse, thought I would circle back to the ruins again, but this time, somehow, the forest gave way. I stumbled into a wider clearing, the trees thinning, and at last I saw the faint line of a real trail. My knees buckled, and I fell to the ground, sobbing. When I looked back, the forest was still. No square, no well, no ruins. Only trees swaying gently in the wind, as if nothing had ever been there. I made it back to civilization days later, half delirious from exhaustion and hunger. When I told people what I had seen, they smiled politely, nodded, and shifted the subject. No one believed me. Why would they? An abandoned settlement, a haunted well, voices of children. It sounded like madness. Perhaps it was madness. But the blisters on my feet, the torn state of my clothes, the haunted circles under my eyes were proof of something. Proof that I had been somewhere I should not have gone. And yet, I cannot stop thinking about it. The memory of the laughter clings to me. At night, when the world is silent, I sometimes hear it again, faint and muffled, as though it rises through the floorboards. In the still hours before dawn, I sometimes hear my mother's voice whisper my name, soft as breath, urging me closer. I tell myself it is only memory, trauma clinging to my senses. But sometimes I wake to find small handprints smeared on my windowsill, damp as though pressed there by something that crawled from the rain. I fear the well did not let me go. Or perhaps I never really left. The ruins may still be standing, waiting in the forest, hidden from every map and compass but lodged forever in me. The voices may still be calling, patient knowing I will not be able to resist forever. Because the truth is, even now, a part of me longs to return. Not for answers, not even for escape, but because I need to know what happens when you stop resisting and lean all the way in. My name is Silas Crane, and for the better part of 20 years, I have guided strangers through the mountains of this state. Men and women who arrive with brand new boots, still stiff from the store, or with battered gear softened by 100 trails. They come to me looking for a path that will carry them away from their ordinary lives, for an adventure they can retell over firesides and bars. What they do not know is that every trail has its memory. Every tree has stood watching for longer than we have measured time. And sometimes the land answers back when we walk where we do not belong. I never intended to be more than a caretaker of these paths, a man who could keep people safe as they passed through. But that changed the morning I walked into the abandoned town at the edge of the valley and opened the door of its post office. I had known of the place for years. Maps called it Deer's Hollow, though no one alive could remember a man named Dyer. It was a cluster of broken cabins, a collapsed blacksmith shed, and the warped husk of a church whose steeple leaned as if listening to the wind. Most hikers never saw it, and I rarely guided groups far enough east to reach its edge. The valley around it was said to flood in spring, cutting off the route, and I had no desire to gamble with swollen creeks. But in late autumn, when the water shrank to a whisper and the air carried that brittle taste of frost, I led 2 couples, friends from college, giddy with reunion, down into the hollow. They laughed as they entered the ruined street, posing with arms draped over one another's shoulders, while the church leaned behind them like a sentinel. I smiled for their photographs, but felt a heaviness settle in me, the same way you feel when you step into a house where someone has been grieving. The air was colder here than on the ridge. Leaves skittered along the ground as if herded by a hand unseen. I wanted only to pass through quickly, to make for the slope beyond where we would pitch camp before dusk. But one of the women, Ellie, caught sight of the post office with its crook porch and its faded lettering, and she begged me to let them look inside. The door opened with a groan. Dust swirled in shafts of pale light through the cracked windows. Wooden pigeonholes lined the wall behind the counter, many still holding envelopes curled with age. The others fanned through the room, giggling as they pretended to sort imaginary mail, but my eyes caught on a single envelope resting on the counter as if waiting. Its paper was yellowed but uncrumpled, its script neat and black. The name written across the front made my skin prickle. Silas Crane. I told myself it was coincidence. Perhaps some ancestor of mine, or a trick of familiarity. Names recur in towns across centuries. But when I lifted the letter, another slid from the pigeonhole beside it, and another from the next, and soon I saw that every envelope bore the same name. Some written in blocky capitals, some in loops of delicate cursive, some smeared as if by a child's clumsy hand, but all addressed to me. I turned them over and over in my hands, and though the others teased, saying perhaps I had been the town's beloved postmaster in another life, their laughter sounded nervous. One man, Jason, swore I must have staged it, some elaborate trick for tourists, though he could not explain how paper, decades old, could be part of a prank. I should have left them untouched. But curiosity is a hook that bites deep, and I slid the first envelope open with my thumb. There was no letter inside, only a scrap of blank paper, its edges uneven, as though torn hastily from a larger sheet. The second envelope held the same, and the third. Dozens of letters, all with my name, none with words. Silence written in ink. We left the post office quickly after that, the couples whispering to one another. Their earlier laughter curdled into unease. I tucked 3 of the envelopes into my jacket, not sure why, only knowing that I could not leave them behind. As we climbed out of the hollow, I heard the faintest sound, like paper crinkling behind me, though the wind was still. When I turned, the pigeonholes looked emptier than before, as if the rest of the letters had quietly slid away. We reached the campsite by dusk. The couples busied themselves with their tents, speaking louder than necessary, as if volume could banish thought. I kept my silence, sitting by the fire with the envelopes in my lap. I thought of the handwriting, none of it mine, yet every style felt familiar, like dreams half remembered. When I finally dozed, it was into a restless dark where voices whispered my name in tones I could not place, some deep as stone, some high and thin as a flute. I woke with my throat dry, and the fire a scatter of embers, and one of the envelopes lying open on the ground beside me. The scrap of paper within now bore a single line, scrawled in jagged strokes, "We are waiting." I told myself I must have written it in my sleep. A trick of exhaustion, perhaps some subconscious game of my own making. But the letters did not match my hand, and when I compared them by lantern light to notes I had made in my guide's ledger, the difference was stark. I folded the scrap tightly, shoving it deep into my pack, and said nothing to the others when morning came. They were eager to continue, perhaps too eager, as if moving farther from the hollow would erase the memory of that abandoned street. I let them lead with their chatter, though every step weighed heavier on me. My name echoed in the back of my mind with each crunch of leaves, each snap of twig beneath boot. Silas Crane. Silas Crane. That day stretched long. The couples grew quiet as the trail narrowed between steep ridges, the forest closing in. At one point we passed a tree where dozens of nails had been hammered into the bark, rust running down in dark streaks. The sight made Ellie shiver. Though Jason joked it was simply a hiker's superstition, a wishing tree of sorts. But when we paused for water, I noticed the nails were arranged in rows, like the pigeonholes in the post office wall. I said nothing. By the third night, the mood had soared. Laughter no longer came easily. The men argued over firewood. The women kept glancing over shoulders at nothing. I told myself it was only the isolation, the way the forest presses when you have been too long in its embrace. But when I lay down in my own tent, I found a 4th envelope tucked inside my sleeping bag, clean and white as if newly made. My name flowed across it in handwriting identical to my own. I opened it with shaking hands. Again, a blank scrap. Yet when I held it to the lantern flame, faint words bled through, "Come home." I did not sleep at all that night. Instead, I sat awake, listening. The forest was never silent. It always had its chorus of crickets, of wind sighing through needles, of distant owls. But as the hours passed, those voices fell away, one by one, until all that remained was a faint rustle, like paper sliding across a counter. I swore I saw a figure moving just beyond the firelight, stooped as if carrying a heavy sack, but when I raised the lantern, nothing stirred. In the morning, I told the group we would turn back early, blaming the weather. They did not argue. Relief flitted across their faces, though none admitted it. We retraced our steps, climbing toward the ridge line that would take us out of the valley. I hoped distance would dull the memory. Yet as we hiked, I kept glimpsing pale scraps caught in branches along the path, envelopes snagged on bark, fluttering like leaves. The others seemed not to notice, or pretended not to. My pack grew heavier with each mile, though I had taken nothing more. When at last we reached the parking lot, where the trail began, the couples hurried into their vehicles, voices bright with false cheer. They thanked me, pressed bills into my hand, promised to send photographs. But their eyes did not quite meet mine, and I knew I would never see them again. I remained standing in the gravel, long after their taillights faded, the silence settling around me like dust. And when I finally opened my pack to stow my gear, I found it crammed full with letters, hundreds of them, their edges sharp, their weight undeniable. All bore the same name. My name, Silas Crane. I drove home with the windows down, hoping the wind would blow away the heaviness in my chest. But the envelopes sat on the passenger seat like a passenger of their own, rustling though the windows were closed. I had tried leaving them behind, dumping the pack at the edge of the parking lot before I slid behind the wheel. But when I started the engine, the weight pressed against my back again, straps tight across my shoulders. They would not be abandoned. By the time I pulled into my gravel driveway, dusk painting the mountains in bruised purples, my hands shook on the wheel. My house was small, tucked against the slope, built of timber that creaked when the weather turned. For years I had thought of it as sanctuary, a place where the silence of the forest was welcome. That night, silence pressed too heavily. I carried the pack inside, set it on the table, and unzipped it with a motion that felt inevitable. The letters spilled across the wood in a tide, 100 or more, their corners sharp, their paper breathing the faint smell of damp earth. I gathered them back with clumsy hands, stuffing them into drawers, into cupboards, into every container I could find. But no matter how many I stashed, the table never emptied. They pooled again in the lantern glow, waiting. Sleep was no refuge. When I closed my eyes, I dreamed of pigeonholes, of endless rows stretching upward, filled with letters whose addresses curled and shifted as I watched. Some bore my name, others bore names I did not know. Names that sounded almost human but twisted wrong. Crowlin Sire, Ivis Corin, Celis Crane. They whispered as paper brushed paper, and when I reached for a single envelope, all the rest leaned toward me as if hungry. I woke choking on the taste of dust. I burned the first handful the following morning. Out behind the shed, I set them in a barrel and lit a match. The flames caught greedily, paper curling black, ink blistering. But when the last ash fell, the barrel was filled anew, each envelope pristine, their edges unscorched. The words "We are waiting" gleamed faintly on their surfaces, as if written in heat itself. I staggered back, bile rising in my throat. It was not fire they feared. I tried the river next. I weighted a bundle with stones and cast it into the current, watching it vanish beneath the green rush. For one heartbeat I felt hope. Then, an hour later, when I returned to the house, I found them scattered across my bedspread, dripping, the water staining my sheets. They had returned as if carried in by invisible hands. I stopped trying to destroy them after that. There was no point. For days, I avoided opening another. Yet each morning I woke to find one waiting on the counter beside the kettle, or on the porch step, or tucked in the pages of whatever book I had left unfinished. The handwriting shifted every time. Sometimes my name sprawled in crude block letters, as if scrawled by a child. Sometimes it looped in elegant flourishes like a century-old love letter. One morning it was written in my mother's hand, so exact I could hear her voice calling me in from play. Each time I held an envelope, I felt the tremor of a pulse in the paper. Each time, I fought the urge to tear it open. On the fifth night, I gave in. The letter inside was not blank. Words covered the page in jagged, frantic lines, as though written by many hands at once. They repeated the same sentence until the page bled black. Return what is ours. Return what is ours. Return what is ours. I did not know what they meant, what I had taken. The envelopes, the hikers I had led away, my own name, borrowed without consent. I sat in the dim glow of the lamp until morning broke, staring at the message until the words crawled in my vision, even when I closed my eyes. The next day I returned to the hollow. The trail felt different now, as if it had shifted in my absence. The trees leaned in over the path, branches clawing at my jacket. No birds sang. I reached the town before noon, but it looked altered. The church steeple, once leaning, now stood impossibly straight, its wood unrotted. Smoke curled faintly from a chimney, though no fire should have burned. The post office loomed at the street's end, its porch whole, its lettering fresh. The door hung wide, inviting. I stepped inside. The pigeonholes were full again, letters stacked in neat rows, each addressed to me. My own handwriting stared back at me from hundreds of faces, though I knew I had never written them. A chair stood behind the counter, and for a sick moment, I thought I saw a figure seated there, slumped in shadow. But when I blinked, the chair was empty. I gathered a handful of letters, desperate to see more. Inside each was a different word, single and stark. Home, claim, ours, you. I stuffed them back, heart hammering. Then came the sound, the whisper of paper shifting, the creak of pigeonholes leaning. The letters rustled like a forest of leaves, and I heard the voices again. High, low, overlapping. They spoke my name not as a question but as a demand. Silas Crane. Silas Crane. Return, return, return. I fled the building, stumbling across the broken street until I reached the hollow's edge, lungs burning, ears filled with their pursuit. Yet when I turned, nothing followed. Only the post office stood silent, its porch sagging, its wood weathered once more. It had aged decades in the space of heartbeats. I returned home shaking. That night, more letters appeared, filling my kitchen, covering the floor so thickly I could not step without crumpling one. I tried to sweep them aside, but they multiplied faster than I could move. Their whispering rose into a chorus, voices not outside but inside, behind my skull, scraping bone. I clutched one envelope at random and tore it open. Inside lay not paper but ash, and as it spilled across my hands I smelled the faint copper tang of blood. I stopped sleeping. Each time I closed my eyes, I heard the sound of envelopes sliding, of pigeonholes yawning wider. I began to see shapes at the edge of my vision, figures made of paper, their forms folding and unfolding like wings. Once, when I looked in the mirror, I saw not my reflection but a man with paper skin, his veins black ink, his eyes blank white pages. His lips moved with no sound, but the letters around me whispered in answer. By the seventh night, I understood what they wanted. It was not the letters themselves. It was not even the hollow. It was me. My name belonged to them, written and rewritten until it became theirs. Every time I opened an envelope, I let them write deeper into me. Every time I tried to fight, they multiplied, filling the space I had emptied. Return what is ours. Return yourself. I thought of leaving, till mountains gave way to flat fields and endless highways, but I knew distance meant nothing. They had followed me from the hollow to my own bed. Where else could I go? So instead I prepared. I packed my gear with trembling hands, taking rope, lantern, food I knew I would not eat. And before dawn, I walked back toward the hollow, toward the post office that waited like a mouth. The trail was slick with dew, the trees bowing low. Envelopes clung to their branches like strange fruit, pale against the dark bark. They rustled as I passed, as if shivering in anticipation. When I reached the hollow, the town was no longer ruin at all. The church bells swung though no wind stirred. The cabins glowed with lamplight. And the post office door stood open wide, warm light spilling across the porch. I stepped inside and shut it behind me. The sound of the latch clicking echoed like a nail driven into wood. The room was full. Letters crowded every pigeonhole, every inch of counter and floor. They shifted as though breathing, and when I touched one, the others leaned closer. I opened it with steady hands. Inside, the scrap bore my name in letters, so dark they seemed burned into the paper. I felt the words slide beneath my skin, rewriting veins, reshaping breath. And as the voices whispered in unison, I realized I was no longer a man reading a letter, but a letter being read. The moment the words sank into me, the hollow itself seemed to exhale. Dust drifted down from the rafters in a slow, deliberate fall, though the air was still. The letters around me quivered, their corners lifting as if stirred by breath. My vision blurred, and when it cleared, the pigeonholes no longer stretched across the wall, but upward, impossibly high, stacked to the rafters and beyond, higher than the roof should allow. I could see them fading into darkness, endless rows upon rows, every envelope marked with my name. I tried to step back, but my feet would not obey. The floor had softened beneath me, paper swallowing boot leather like sand. I clawed at the counter, dragging myself free, and stumbled toward the door. My shoulder struck wood that had not been there a moment ago. The exit had closed, the frame solid, the knob vanished. My breath rattled in the silence. The letters whispered, 1,000 voices layered, each repeating fragments of words I knew, words I had spoken once, long ago. They were combing through my memory like fingers rifling pages. Then I heard my mother's voice. Soft and careful, Silas, come in for supper. It was not memory. It was sound, clear and real. Another voice joined. My father's tone sharp as it had been the day I told him I would not stay on the farm crane. You'll regret this path. Then a friend from childhood, long dead in a hunting accident run. Silas, run before it finds you. My skin prickled. They had taken voices, bent them into ink, and now they read them aloud. The envelopes shifted restlessly, and I realized they were not waiting to be delivered. They were waiting to be opened, waiting to be let out. I shouted, the sound tearing raw from my throat, but the rune swallowed it. My words hung on the air, only a moment before sliding into the paper, etched across fresh envelopes that had not been there seconds earlier. I watched in horror as the last phrase I had spoken, "Help me, God," stared back from 100 fronts. My own plea had become their script. I don't know how long I stood there, time stripped bare. Perhaps minutes, perhaps days. Hunger never came, thirst never burned. The letters filled me with their own rhythm, my pulse sensing to the rustle of pages. At last I understood their demand. They did not want me dead. Death was useless to them. They wanted my name, my voice, my memory, every mark that made me. They wanted to bind me into the archive of the hollow. Another envelope in an infinite pigeonhole. I fought, of course. I pressed the lantern to the shelves, flame licking the dry edges. For a glorious instant, paper blackened, curling into ash. But the fire did not spread. The letters healed, fresh sheets sliding over burned ones, white and untouched. My strength bled into the effort, and the lantern clattered from my hands. The light went out, leaving only the pale glow of paper. I must have fainted then. When I woke, I was lying on the counter, envelopes covering me like a shroud. My body felt thin, lighter than it should. I lifted a hand, and the skin there was mottled with pale lines, creases sharp as folded paper. I flexed, and the texture crinkled. The sound was not flesh but parchment. A scream caught in my chest but did not escape. When I opened my mouth, no cry came. Instead, scraps of paper fluttered out, each marked with a word: mine, ours, return. Panic drove me to claw at the door again. This time, something gave. Wood splintered, and I stumbled through into daylight. The hollow lay silent, roofs sagging once more. The town returned to ruin. The post office stood as it had before, boarded, abandoned. But my arms were heavy with letters, clutched so tightly my knuckles had torn through. Skin that was no longer skin. Bloodless edges fluttered where wounds should have gaped. I dropped the envelopes, but they did not fall. They clung, stitched to me as if grown from bone. I fled. I do not know how I made it back through the forest, how the trail carried me when my legs faltered. The trees leaned close, whispering as I passed. Leaves etched with faint scrawls of ink that spelled my name. By the time I staggered home, night had fallen. My house looked unchanged. The same crooked porch, the same warped roof. But when I opened the door, every surface inside was layered with letters. They hung from rafters, stacked on shelves, filled the sink, the stove, the bed, and each bore the same address: Silas Crane. I could not stay. I left that night, driving until the mountains fell behind me. But distance meant nothing. At a roadside diner 3 states away, a waitress brought the check tucked inside an envelope with my name. At a motel in Kansas, I pulled back the sheets to find letters stuffed in the pillows. In a gas station restroom in Nebraska, the mirror fogged with condensation, and when I wiped it clear, the words stood written across the glass in dripping lines: return what is ours. I understood then that there was nowhere untouched. The hollow had reached out through the veins of the world, and every post office, every letter ever written, was a door it could use. I burned my identification, hoping to erase the name they claimed. I signed receipts with false ones, whispered strangers' names to myself at night. But the letters kept finding me, and each time the handwriting grew more exact, closer to my own. The paper in my veins thickened. My reflection became less me, more ink and pulp. My voice, when I dared speak, rasped dry as parchment. I was becoming theirs piece by piece. And still the envelopes multiplied, spilling into every space I touched. Tonight as I write this, the stack covers the desk. They slide across the floor, up the walls. They are patient. They know the end. I will not fight them much longer. Perhaps this account will remain after I am gone, though I do not fool myself. Already the words here blur, shifting, rewriting themselves in another hand. Already I feel the pigeonholes opening inside my chest, rows upon rows, ready to be filled. If anyone finds this, do not come looking for Dyer's Hollow. Do not step inside the post office. Do not open the letters. They are not meant to be read. They are meant to be you. I can hear them now, the voices, louder than ever. They are calling from the porch, from the road, from the dark beyond the windows. Every letter river written with my name is awake. Every scrap is waiting. And I am so tired. Perhaps it is easier to surrender, to let them bind me into their endless archive, to fold me flat and slide me into a pigeonhole where time cannot touch me. The last envelope lies open before me. My name is written in a hand I recognize all too well. It is my own, but older, worn, as if written by a man who has lived 1,000 years. Inside, the paper is blank. I understand now that it waits for me to fill it with the last of myself. I will set down this pen, fold the page, and slip inside. And when the pigeonhole closes, there will be no more Silas Crane, only another letter among countless others, whispering in the endless dark. But perhaps, just perhaps, someone will read this before it happens, and they will know the truth. Not to save me. I am already gone, but to save themselves, because the letters do not stop. Once they learn your name, they never let it go. And when they come for you, no fire, no water, no distance will keep them out. They will find you, in your house, in your bed, in the post office on the corner of your street. They will find you, and they will write you into their endless story. Listen. Do you hear it? The faint rustle in the walls, the soft slide of paper across paper. Do not open the mailbox tomorrow. Do not open the door when the envelope lies waiting on your step. Leave it sealed, untouched. Because once you tear the flap, once you read the first word, it will already be too late. And now I must go. They are calling again, my name echoing like thunder. Though the night is still, the envelope waits. I will fold myself carefully, quietly. I will slide inside. Silas Crane. My name is Juniper Rowe, and I must begin with a memory that has refused to loosen its grip on me. It is the sort of memory that stains the edges of every thought and lingers in the pauses between words. A memory born of a discovery so strange and so profoundly unsettling that I can scarcely describe it without my throat tightening. 2 years after my brother disappeared, I found his boots nailed to the sun. Bleached saloon door of a town I had never meant to set foot in. They were the same boots I had watched him lace on countless mornings of our youth, worn smooth at the heels from restless walking, the leather cracked by long days under merciless sun. He had vanished in another state entirely, leaving nothing behind but a silence that haunted every corner of my family's life. Yet there they were, staring back at me from a ghost of a town that seemed to breathe with secrets. I am not a superstitious man by nature, but I am not reckless either. I have lived long enough to know that the wilderness is a place that punishes arrogance, that forgotten towns have their reasons for being forgotten, and that sometimes objects arrive where they should not be. Still, nothing had prepared me for that door, for those boots nailed so deliberately, as if to mock my grief, or warn me off from whatever had swallowed my brother whole. The saloon itself leaned crookedly under the weight of decades, its roof sagging, its boards splintering, its paint long since surrendered to sun and dust. The boots were fixed at chest height, one on each side of the swinging doors, so that to enter, I would have to step beneath them. It was the kind of placement that carried intention. A message. Perhaps to me alone. The road had led me there had been more accident than plan. I had set out that week with a tent, provisions, and the vague intention of exploring the lands that cut across the state line, a landscape of skeletal ridges and parched riverbeds. I wanted space. I wanted silence. I wanted to put enough miles between my and the memory of my brother's disappearance that I might feel whole again. But there was no outrunning a shadow that had already taken root inside me. Every snapping twig, every echo of a bird call, every glimpse of an empty cabin sent my mind spinning back to him. By the third day of hiking, I found myself following a trail that was not on my map. It twisted through cottonwoods and traced the rim of a dry gulch. The path felt oddly maintained, though the land itself showed no sign of recent human presence. When I reached the crest of a hill, I looked down and saw the town, if town is even the right word for it. A scattering of buildings stood in loose formation: the saloon, a weathered church with a missing bell, a pair of storefronts whose windows gaped like empty eye sockets. There was no sound but the restless whine of the wind through broken rafters. I might have turned back then. I should have. But grief is a stubborn compass, and when I saw those boots nailed to the saloon, the compass spun wildly, pointing me forward whether I wanted it to or not. I stood there for a long time, the sun sinking low, painting the world in copper and rust. The boots were unmistakable. My brother, Cassian Rowe, had carved his initials into the inside of the left one when he was 17. I leaned close, heart pounding, and there they were. CR, etched by his own hand with the knife he never went anywhere without. The sight made my vision swim. My throat ached with questions I could not voice. How had the boots traveled here? Who had carried them? Why nail them up like a trophy or a warning? And most of all, what did it mean that they appeared now, when I had nearly given up hope of answers? I set my pack down and sat on the saloon steps. The wood groaned under my weight. I wanted to believe this was some cruel coincidence, but there are no coincidences that twist the knife so neatly. My brother had vanished in Colorado. This was Arizona. The distance between them was more than miles. It was a canyon of impossibility. I rose and pushed the saloon doors open, half expecting the whole structure to collapse with the movement. Dust swirled in the dimness inside. Tables stood scattered with chairs overturned, as if the patrons had risen mid-drink and never returned. Bottles still sat behind the bar, their contents evaporated to shadows of liquor. The air smelled of wood rot and iron. It was then I noticed something else. On the bar, carved deep into the surface, were words that made my stomach clench. They read, J-U-I-P-A-R, Yo-You, a lot. The letters were jagged, cut with impatience, the kind of strokes a man might make with a shaking hand. I traced the grooves with my fingertips. My name in a town where no one should have known me, where no one lived at all. I stumbled back a step, staring at the message. The room seemed to tilt. The boots outside. My name here, someone or something, had been waiting for me. The realization pressed down like the weight of a mountain. Night was coming fast, and I had to choose. Do I stay in this town, this graveyard of buildings that already knew me, or retreat to the hills and pretend I had never seen any of it? My legs carried me outside, before I had made a decision. The street lay deserted, though I could have sworn I heard footsteps crunching in the dust, slow and deliberate. I turned, but saw nothing. only the shadows growing longer as the sun bled into the horizon. I set up my tent at the edge of town, close enough to watch the saloon door, far enough that I could bolt into the wilderness, if need be. I built no fire. The idea of light felt dangerous, as though it might draw eyes from within those darkened windows. The night was a hollow thing, filled with the restless sound of wood creaking and shingles shifting. But beneath it all, I kept hearing another sound, soft as breath. A whisper that seemed to circle my tent, never quite forming words, yet unmistakably human. I lay there in the dark. My brother's boots burned into my vision, the words on the bar carved into my thoughts. Sleep never came. When dawn finally clawed its way over the hills, I emerged to find the street empty as before. Yet the boots were gone. The saloon door was bare, the wood marked only by 2 fresh holes where the nails had been. I do not know if I gasped, or if the sound caught in my chest. All I knew was that something had moved in the night. Something had touched what I could not bear to touch. And now the boots, my brother's boots, were elsewhere. Perhaps waiting for me. Perhaps leading me deeper into the maze of this forgotten place. I should have left then. I should have shouldered my pack and vanished back into the hills. But when grief is tied to mystery, it binds you like a leash, and I could not resist the pull. So I walked back into the saloon, back to the words carved into the bar. And this time, beneath the message that had waited for me, I found something new, gouged into the wood with heavy, uneven strokes. FOLOUTHE, and with that I knew I was no longer a visitor here. I was a participant in whatever story this place had been writing long before I arrived. The words gouged into the bar might as well have been carved into my skin. Follow the boots. I stood there staring until my eyes watered, half expecting the message to fade if I blinked too long. It did not. The grooves were real, raw, and recent. The kind of fresh carving that left curls of wood still clinging to the edges. Someone had written this during the night, while I lay awake 100 yards away. Someone had entered the saloon, etched those words, and left without a sound heavy enough to reach me. It chilled me worse than any whisper in the dark. I stepped back into the daylight, blinking against the morning glare. The street was a hollow corridor of sun and shadow. I scoured the dust for tracks, but found nothing clear enough to follow. The ground was hard, wind-scarred, as though the town itself refused to remember footsteps. I searched for the boots. I walked the length of the street, past the church with its gaping belfry, past the storefronts that leaned on each other like drunks too tired to stand alone. I found no boots, no nails, no sign of them at all. But I did find something else. At the far end of the street, near what might once have been a boarding house, there stood a water trough, cracked in half, filled with rainwater gone stagnant. Floating in that shallow pool was a strip of leather, weathered and familiar. I pulled it free, my fingers slick with algae. It was the strap from one of Cashin's boots. The initials, CR, were faint but visible, cut into the leather the way I remembered. The command echoed in my head, follow the boots. I did not want to. I wanted to burn the strap, shoulder my pack, and run until my lungs bled. But I could not. My grief had twisted into something else now, something hungrier, sharper. It was not just loss anymore. It was the promise of answers. I tucked the strap into my jacket pocket and turned in a slow circle. Beyond the town stretched the Badlands, all ridges and shadows, gullies cutting into the earth like old wounds. I saw nothing that looked like a path, yet the air itself seemed to lean westward, as if urging me that way. So I went west. The ground fell uneven beneath my boots. Hours passed in silence, broken only by the dry rasp of wind across stone. My canteen grew lighter. My tongue grew heavy. I began to think I had been led astray by a cruel trick. Then I saw them. At the base of a stone outcrop, half buried in dust, lay the boots. My brother's boots. They were arranged neatly side by side, toes pointing forward, as though waiting for the feet that had once filled them. I froze. The world narrowed until all I could see was leather scuffed by years of use, nails still hammered into the heels, seams stitched in the same uneven line my brother always cursed about. The boots were whole, not torn, not weather, worn like the strap I had found. They looked as though they had been placed here minutes before I arrived. I knelt, reached out. My hand hovered inches above them, trembling. That was when I noticed the ground around them. The dust bore faint impressions, not of feet, but of something dragged. Parallel lines etched into the soil, stretching from the outcrop toward a narrow cleft in the ridge. The cleft was dark, a split in the stone like a wound that never healed. Follow the boots. I swallowed hard. I should not have gone closer. But I did. The cleft widened into a passage no wider than my shoulders. Cool air breathed from within, carrying a scent I could not name. Earth, yes, but also something metallic, almost coppery. Blood, I thought. Though no blood I had ever smelled lingered so faintly sweet. I squeezed through, scraping my arms against jagged stone. My pack caught once, and I nearly abandoned it. But something told me not to leave it behind. The passage twisted until light faded to nothing. I lit my lantern. Its glow flickered across the walls, revealing scratch marks. Deep, deliberate, like letters that never fully formed. I whispered my brother's name. The sound seemed to hang in the air longer than it should, as though the walls were reluctant to give it back. After what felt like hours, the passage opened into a chamber. My lantern's light revealed a floor of hard, packed earth, a ceiling low enough that I had to stoop. And in the center stood a table. On the table lay more boots. Not just my brother's, but dozens. Some were cracked and ancient, the leather eaten by time. Some looked brand new. They were arranged in pairs, each set aligned as neatly as the last. And nailed into the table's surface, driven through soles and heels alike, were rusted nails bent from years of hammering. My stomach turned. The boots were trophies. I stepped closer, unwilling, horrified, yet compelled. I scanned the table, searching for another pair marked with the initials I knew so well. I did not find them. The pair outside had been the lure, the bait to draw me here. Instead, I found something worse. At the far end of the table lay a journal. The cover was worn, its corners softened by years of handling. I opened it with hands that shook. The handwriting inside was familiar, tight, deliberate, a style I had seen in countless letters and notes. It was Cassian's. The first page read Juniper. If you're reading this, then I failed. The boots were the only way to lead you here. I told myself I wouldn't drag you into this place, but I knew you'd come eventually. You were always stubborn that way. I gripped the journal, breath shallow. The words swam in and out of focus, but I forced myself to keep reading. This town is wrong. It doesn't die the way it should. Every night the doors breathe, the walls shift. The ground drinks what it's given. I tried to leave, but the boots, they bring you back. Always back. Every path bends here if you follow long enough. I turned the page, heart hammering. I don't know who waits in the saloon, or what it is, but it knows my name. It knew yours before I even wrote it. It wanted me to carve it, to leave messages for you. I wouldn't. So it carved them itself, using my hand when I slept. The words broke off mid-line, the pen dragging a scar across the paper. I closed the journal. My breath ragged. My brother had been here. He had written these words, which meant he had not vanished into thin air. He had been swallowed by this place. And if his boots were here, then where was he? I lifted the lantern higher, casting its light into the corners of the chamber. Shadows jumped and twisted. That was when I saw another passage, narrower than the one I had entered through. From it came a faint sound, so soft I almost missed it. Footsteps, slow, deliberate, coming closer. I backed against the wall, clutching the journal to my chest. The sound grew louder, echoing unnaturally, as though the space itself was amplifying it. I raised the lantern, its light quivering. And then I saw him. At least, I thought I did. A figure emerged from the passage, his face hidden by shadow. He wore boots. The same boots that had been nailed to the saloon door. The same boots that had been laid out at the ridge. Boots I knew belonged to my brother. Chashin. My voice cracked. The figure stopped. The silence was unbearable. Then, slowly he lifted his head. It was my brother's face, pale, drawn, eyes ringed with shadows deeper than exhaustion. His lips parted as if to speak. But the voice that came out was not his. "You're late." The same words carved into the bar. The same message that had waited for me. My lantern flickered. The shadows swelled. And my brother's face smiled. A smile too wide, too wrong. I stumbled backward, journal clutched tight, heart clawing its way up my throat. The chamber seemed to close in. The table of boots rattled, as though something beneath the earth was stirring. And then the lantern went out. Darkness closed around me like a fist. One heartbeat I was in a chamber of boots, stone walls close enough to scrape my shoulders, and the next I was suspended in a void that devoured sound, light and breath alike. The journal was still in my hands. I felt its weight, the coarse drag of leather against my fingertips, but I could no longer see it. I could no longer see anything at all. "Cassian," I whispered, though my throat burned, though I wasn't sure if calling his name was a plea or a mistake. The voice that had worn his face echoed back, ragged and low. "You're late." I turned, though turning meant nothing without light. The voice was behind me, then beside me, then everywhere. It did not carry like normal sound. It crawled inside my skull and nested there. I staggered forward, hands stretched, searching for the table I knew should still be in the center of the chamber. Instead, my palm struck stone. Cold, damp, unyielding. Had the space shifted, or had I lost my place in it? Something brushed my shoulder. A hand. Fingers bone, thin and ice cold. I recoiled, slamming back into the wall. The journal nearly slipped from my grip. My heart hammered, begging me to run, though there was nowhere to go. And then, faintly, I saw it, a pinprick of glow, greenish and dim, hovering in the dark. It pulsed once, like a dying ember, then steadied. I lurched toward it, desperate for anything but blind suffocation. The glow revealed the table again, though its edges blurred, as though the room itself resisted illumination. Boots still lay nailed in neat pairs, but they were not silent anymore. Their leather creaked and flexed if unseen feet tested them, shifting restlessly against the nails that held them fast. I stared in horror as one pair twitched violently, jerking as though something inside strained to step free. Nails squealed against wood. The voice came again, closer now, rasping from every shadow. You followed the boots. You wear his grief like a collar. And now, you will wear them too. I spun, lantern useless in my grasp, journal slick in my hand. My chest ached with the weight of it all. Fear, anger, the impossible ache of seeing my brother's face, twisted into something not his own. The boots nearest me shuddered once more. Then, with a crack, the nails tore loose. The pair slid off the table and landed upright on the dirt floor, toes pointing at me like accusing fingers. I could not move. The boots took a step forward. Empty, no legs, no body. Just leather rising and falling, heels grinding into the earth. Another step. Another. They were walking toward me. I scrambled back until the stone pressed into my spine. My breath came in ragged bursts. Cassian, stop this, please. But the boots did not stop. They closed the distance between us, halting inches from my feet. The scent of leather and earth filled my nose, sharp and suffocating. Then they tipped forward, collapsing onto their sides as though exhausted. Silence followed, deeper than before. I forced myself to look down. Inside the left boot, etched faintly into the leather where the lining had worn thin, I saw the initials again. CR, my brother's mark. And underneath, scratched fresh beneath the old letters, a new set of initials. JR, my throat closed. My hands trembled so violently the journal fell, pages splaying open across the dirt. The voice whispered once more, softer now, almost tender. You are here. You are chosen. You are late. But you are mine. The darkness convulsed. The boots on the table rattled like teeth in a skull. Nails ripped free, clattering to the floor. One by one, pairs of boots began to march, staggering at first, then steady, their heels striking in unison. Dozens of them, surrounding me. I snatched the journal up and ran. I didn't think, didn't plan. I simply bolted for the passage where the figure had first appeared. The boots followed, their rhythm like a drumbeat pounding into my skull. The tunnel walls scraped my arms as I stumbled through, blind but for the greenish glow that now seemed to follow, clinging to me like a parasite. Behind me, boots scuffed and struck, the sound multiplying, reverberating, filling every inch of stone. I don't know how long I ran. My legs gave out more than once, but terror shoved me onward. At last the tunnel widened. Pale daylight poured ahead. I burst into open air, collapsing to my knees. The sun was low, painting the Badlands in molten gold. I gasped, choking, but no boots emerged behind me. The tunnel yawned black and silent, as though nothing had ever stirred within. I wanted to believe I was safe, that I had outrun whatever claimed the town, whatever wore my brother's face. But the journal in my hand told me otherwise. I opened it again, desperate for words I had missed. More pages were filled with Cassian's writing, though the ink grew more frantic with each entry. The boots move at night. They walk without feet. They search until they find someone to claim. I tried to destroy them, but every pair I burned returned by morning. The town feeds them. The town needs them. And the town will not let me leave. Another page, Juniper. If you find this, don't stay. Don't follow. Don't wear them. Please, for God's sake, break the chain. But beneath that, written in a different hand, shakier, heavier, not my brother's, were words that made my blood freeze. He wore them in the end. My breath stuttered. My eyes scanned the ridges, the scrubland stretching endless in every direction. For the first time, I noticed something I had missed before. Tracks, boot prints, dozens of them circling the clearing where I knelt. The prints were fresh, sharp, edged in the dust, and every set pointed inward, toward me. I lurched to my feet, scanning wildly. No movement, no sound but the wind. Yet the prints told the truth. I was not alone. I staggered back toward the path I thought had led me here. My compass spun uselessly in my hand, the needle twitching like it sought something else entirely. Every direction looked the same, ridges folding into each other like the ribs of some buried giant. As night crept in, I pitched my tent with clumsy hands. I did not build a fire. I sat clutching the journal, listening. And sure enough, as darkness fell, the footsteps began. They circled my tent, slow and steady, the sound of heels grinding into dirt, leather flexing, nails creaking in old wood. I pressed the journal to my chest and whispered prayers I hadn't spoken in years. The boots did not answer. They only walked, round and round, until exhaustion finally stole me into shallow, broken sleep. When dawn came, I emerged to find no tracks at all. The dust was smooth, undisturbed, as if no one, no thing, had ever walked there. But the boots, they were waiting at the edge of camp. My brother's boots. Upright, side by side, toes pointing toward me. And when I looked inside, I saw a scrap of paper tucked deep in the left one. I pulled it free with shaking fingers. The paper bore only 3 words, written in Cassian's handwriting. "It's your turn." I dropped the paper. I stumbled back. But the truth had already sunk its claws into me. I had followed the boots. And now they would not stop until I wore them. My name is Barrett Lowe, and though I was never meant to be the sort of man who gives testimony of strange events, I find myself pressed to do so now, if only to carve some sense into what I have witnessed. I am a craftsman by trade, a wanderer by choice, and by the peculiar twist of fate that led me deep into the shadowed skeleton of an abandoned town, I became something else entirely, a participant in a ritual not of my making. I cannot recount these matters lightly, for they are etched into me as surely as iron takes a mark beneath the hammer. Even now, long after the flames have guttered out and the forge lies cold, I hear the ringing, measured strike of that hammer, falling in time with the rhythm of my own pulse. I fear it may never cease. I had come to that forgotten town without any particular destination in mind. My travels had no map, only a restlessness that drove me forward. Some men are drawn to mountains, others to the sea. For me, it was the road that called, the narrow paths twisting into woods, the bridges half rotted with moss, the places where history clung, but people had long since vanished. When I reached the valley where that town lay, the air itself seemed older, as if trapped in a year no calendar had bothered to record. The houses were stripped bare of their faces, shutters rotted, doors sagging. Even the chapel on the hill leaned forward, like a supplicant too weary to stand upright. Yet in the center of town stood the blacksmith's shop, stone walls thick, chimney cracked but still tall against the sky. Something about it drew me closer. Perhaps it was the craftsman's instinct. My father had been a metalworker, and though I had never inherited his shop, I had inherited his love for the glow of heated iron, for the way raw force and patience could bring shape to what once had none. The forge is a place of transformation, of mastery over unyielding material. So when I found the smithy still standing, I felt almost as though it had waited for me. The inside was dusty, filled with cobwebs that clung to my arms when I pushed through the doorway. A smell of rust and old ash lingered, dry and bitter. On the workbench lay tools pitted with age, their handles worn smooth as if by countless hands. The anvil stood in the center, massive and defiant, as though it had endured centuries of strikes without once flinching. I admit now that I should have left it untouched. Places abandoned often bear reasons for their solitude, reasons stronger than stone and iron. But I was not wise in that moment. I was curious, and curiosity is a cruel companion. I set down my pack and stirred the forge, brushing away the crumbled debris inside. There was still wood stacked against the wall, brittle but serviceable. I struck flint to steel, and soon a small fire caught, trembling at first, then swelling into a steady flame. The glow spread across the room, reaching into corners that the daylight outside had failed to touch. I should have felt triumphant, bringing life back into something long dormant, but instead I felt watched. The fire snapped sharply, and for a moment I thought. I heard a whisper in its crackle, something that carried not the randomness of sound, but the cadence of intent. I tried to brush it aside. Fire often seems to speak if one stares long enough. I fed it more wood, coaxing it until the forge roared. I remember the warmth, heavy against my skin, almost suffocating. My heartbeat quickened, not from exertion, but from a sensation I could not name. That was when the hammer moved. It had rested on the workbench when I entered, as lifeless as the dust that coated it. But as the forge blazed, the hammer slid off the bench, fell with a thud onto the dirt floor, and then, impossibly, rose. The wooden handle turned upright, as though gripped by an invisible hand. I froze, unable to believe what my eyes relayed. The hammer swung up, arsed forward, and struck the anvil with a clear metallic ring. The sound cut through the room with surgical precision, and my heart lurched in my chest. Once could be chance, I told myself. Some trick of heat-air balance. Yet it struck again, and again. Each blow aligned perfectly with the pace of my heartbeat. When my pulse quickened, so too did the rhythm. When I forced myself to still, holding my breath, the hammer paused in mid-air, quivering as though waiting, hungry for my next beat. Terror rooted me, but fascination held me still. The sound of metal on metal has always been beautiful to me, sharp and purposeful. Yet this was not beauty, it was domination. I felt no craftsman's pride in those strikes. Only the creeping dread of being tethered to something beyond comprehension. I do not know how long it lasted. Time unraveled with each strike, a rope fraying thread by thread. My vision tunneled until there was only the hammer, the anvil, the fire, and my chest pounding in unison with them. When at last the hammer fell silent, I collapsed to my knees, gasping as though dragged up from drowning. The hammer lay still, inert once more, its head angled toward me like the gaze of a predator feigning sleep. I told myself to leave then, and God knows I tried. I gathered my pack, stumbled toward the door, but the fire surged higher, far higher than it should have on the wood I had given it. Shadows danced against the walls, shapes long and twisted, echoing movements that were not my own. And then the forge spat a shower of sparks, casting one ember onto the ground at my feet. In that brief light, I saw something carved into the stone floor. Symbols, faint with wear, but unmistakably deliberate. Circles within circles, lines crossing through, like a language built on geometry. I had not seen them before. The dust must have concealed them, or perhaps they had revealed themselves only once the fire awakened. Either way, I knew they were not the idle scratchings of a bored apprentice. They were sigils, and they encircled the anvil entirely. I felt a pressure behind my eyes, a pulse not of blood but of thought, like someone else was inside my skull, testing the edges of my will. I stumbled back, knocking into the bench. The tools clattered, yet their sound was muted beneath the lingering echo of the hammer's last strike. I could still hear it, reverberating in my bones, though silence filled the room. I fled then, bursting into the night air. The town was quiet, windless, every house a dark silhouette. My lungs burned with each breath. Yet, even under the stars, the rhythm followed me, the thump in my chest, the phantom strike in my ears. I pressed my palm against my sternum as if I could steady it, but the more I tried to calm myself, the more insistent it grew, as though the hammer had claimed authority over the very cadence of my life. I did not sleep that night. I camped on the outskirts of town, far from the forge, yet I could still feel it. Like a drumbeat beneath the earth, distant but present. Each time my heart shifted pace, I swore I felt the echo of iron ringing somewhere behind me. By dawn, exhaustion pulled me into uneasy slumber. When I woke, the fire was dead, my camp cold, yet in the dirt near my tent was a single black mark, as though a spark had landed there and smoldered in the shape of a circle. I dared not return to the smithy, yet even as I packed, as I set foot on the road leading out of that valley, the thought gnawed at me I had woken something. And it was not done with me. The days that followed only confirmed my dread. Wherever I went, I heard it. In the tap of stones against my boot heel, in the drip of water echoing through a ravine, in the crack of branches in the wind. Always the same rhythm, always tied to the stubborn insistence of my heartbeat. At first I thought it madness, that my mind had fractured in that moment of terror. But then I began to notice the signs left behind, subtle but deliberate. At a creek bed, I found stones arranged in a pattern that matched the sigils I had seen beneath the anvil. In a grove of dead trees, bark had split in lines that mirrored the circles within circles. Even my own reflection, caught in the surface of still water, seemed to shudder in time with the strikes, as though the world itself had begun to forge me into something unrecognizable. I began to understand, slowly, horribly, that I was no longer merely a traveler passing through. I had been bound, my life, my pulse, lashed to a rhythm older than the town, older than the forge itself. And each step I took away from that place only deepened the tether, stretched it, tightened it, as though distance did not weaken but strengthened its hold. Still I walked on, because to remain was worse. Yet with each mile, the world around me warped subtly, unnervingly. Birds fell silent when I approached. Leaves shivered though no wind stirred them. Once, as I rested at dusk, I heard a hammer ring out in the woods. Not echoing, but clear, deliberate. No forge to give it purpose. I rose, heart pounding, and it ceased as though mocking me. I fear I carry the forge within me now. And if that is true, then the hammer will not rest until it has shaped me into what it desires. The longer I kept walking, the more the land itself seemed to resist me. Roads narrowed into ruts, ruts vanished into brambles, and brambles opened into clearings I was sure I had already passed. It was as though the forest itself had been folded into a loop, keeping me tethered to the pulse of that damned, no matter which direction I chose. The hammer still beat in my chest, a phantom metronome that refused to quiet. On the third day, I reached a crossroads I could not remember crossing before. The signpost was rotten, its lettering long faded, but someone, or something, had carved fresh marks into the wood. They weren't words, not in any language I knew, but concentric circles cut deep, the same sigils that had surrounded the anvil. My stomach twisted as though I had swallowed molten iron. The rhythm inside me quickened, and before I realized it, I had matched the pace of my steps to its strike. I stopped, horrified at how natural it had become. I turned from the crossroads, choosing at random, but the path only led me deeper into a valley of black pines. Their trunks leaned inward, as though conferring in whispers I could almost make out. The air hung heavy, damp with the scent of iron and ash. When I reached the hollow at the valley's heart, I knew I had not escaped. I had returned. The blacksmith's shop stood before me, silent, implacable, as though no days had passed at all. My throat went dry. I should have fled. I should have kept walking until my legs gave out. But I felt something tugging at me, not from behind, not from within, but from below, as though the earth itself had fastened hooks into me and was reeling me back. The forge door hung open. I hadn't left it that way. Inside, the ash had been disturbed. New lines had been scrawled across the stone floor, additions to the symbols I had seen before, and on the workbench rested not just the hammer, but a pair of blackened tongs, a chisel, and a file. Tools I hadn't noticed on my first visit, now laid out in precise arrangement. The air carried a heat that made my skin prickle, though the forge itself sat cold, no fire in its belly. I forced myself to breathe, slow and even. "This is madness," I whispered aloud, as if speaking could reduce the power of what surrounded me. But the sound of my voice only seemed to wake the silence, stirring it into a living thing that pressed in around me. The hammer lifted again. This time I was not frozen in wonder. I stumbled back, knocking into the doorframe. My instincts screamed at me to run, but my legs betrayed me. The hammer rose high and struck the anvil with a force that rang through the room like thunder. I clutched my chest, for the blow reverberated through my sternum, perfectly aligned with my pulse. Another strike and another, until I realized it was no longer echoing me. I was echoing it. My heartbeat bent to its rhythm, not the other way around. I dropped to my knees, unable to fight the sensation that something unseen had wrapped its hand around my heart and was squeezing in time with the strikes. The fire roared to life in the forge, though no hand fed it. Flames leaping higher than I thought possible. Shadows wheeled across the walls, forming shapes of men at work. Broad, shouldered smiths, apprentices, sparks bursting around them like stars. Yet their faces were hollow, voids where eyes should have been. One of the shadows turned toward me. It pointed, not with a hand, but with the long shaft of a tongue clutched in its silhouette fingers. Directly at the anvil, my body moved against my will. My hands reached forward, grasping the hammer, that now hovered just within my reach. The weight of it settled into my palm as though it belonged there, as though it had been waiting for me all along. The instant I touched it, the rhythm surged. My vision clouded. The forge expanded around me, walls trembling, the ceiling dissolving into a black void shot through with embers. I stood in a place both infinite and suffocating, where every sound was a hammer strike, every breath stank of iron. And then I heard the voices. They did not whisper as the trees had. They chanted, low and guttural, in a language I could not understand, but somehow recognized. It was the language of the marks on the floor, the circles, the geometry that seemed less like design and more like law. I understood not the words, but the intent. The hammer was not simply a tool. It was a vessel. I struck the anvil once, unable to resist. Sparks leapt. The sound rang out, not just in the room, but across the valley. I swear it. I felt it ripple outward through the ground, echoing back like the toll of a bell. When the echo returned, it carried with it a reply. Not a word, but a presence, vast and cold, as if something had turned its gaze toward me from beneath the earth. The chanting grew louder. My arm rose, struck again. The rhythm deepened, and with each strike, the forge brightened, the shadows solidifying until I could see the details of their forms. There were dozens of them now, smiths, apprentices, men and women all bound to the rhythm, faces gaunt, eyes empty, their mouths moving in unison with the chant. They circled the forge, and though I knew they were not flesh, the heat of their bodies pressed against me. I dropped the hammer. It hit the floor with a heavy finality, and in that instant the vision shattered. The forge was once again just stone and shadow. The figures were gone. My breath came ragged. My clothes clung damp with sweat, but the mark of the hammer remained. Not on the anvil, not on the walls, but on me. My palm burned as if branded. When I lifted it, I saw the faint outline of a circle carved into my flesh, red and angry. I ran again, this time with no plan of stopping. Out of the town, into the trees, up the ridge. The forest tore at me, but I welcomed the scratches, the pain, anything that reminded me I was still flesh. Yet no matter how far I ran, the ringing pursued me. At dusk, I stumbled into the ruins of a cabin near the ridge line. Its roof sagged, walls blackened by fire long past. Too tired to go farther, I collapsed inside, clutching my marked hand. Sleep stole me despite the dread, and with sleep came the dream. I was back at the forge. Only this time the hammer was not striking iron. It was striking me. Each blow fell on my chest, but instead of pain I felt a shaping, as though my ribs, my heart, my very marrow were being reforged into something alien. The shadows stood around me, nodding, satisfied, their hollow faces filling with light. I woke with a scream, the echo of the hammer still vibrating in my chest. And I was not alone. In the doorway of the ruined cabin stood a man. His face was pale, beard wild, eyes sunken deep into sockets ringed with soot. He wore a blacksmith's apron, though it was ragged and torn, the leather stiff with age. In his hand he carried a pair of tongs, and in the tongs he gripped a coal that glowed with unnatural light, though no fire burned nearby. "You lit it again?" he rasped, his voice thick as rust. I tried to speak, but my throat closed tight. "You shouldn't have," he said. His eyes shifted to my marked palm, and for the briefest instant, pity crossed his face. Then he stepped back into the night, vanishing into the trees as though he had never been there at all. I pressed my back against the wall, shaking. If he was real, then I was not alone in this curse. If he was not, if he was a remnant of whatever had taken root in that forge, then I was already lost. The hammer still beats in me now, steady, patient, and I know it will not stop until I return. The morning after the apparition of the blacksmith, I left the cabin with a single thought twisting in my skull. I could not run anymore. Every mile I put between myself and the forge only wound me tighter into its snare. The rhythm no longer simply followed me. It dictated me. My steps fell into time with it. My breath hitched to its pace, and when I tried to resist, when I tried to move against the strike, My chest ached as though the hammer itself were punishing me. The path back into the valley was clearer than it had any right to be. Trees that had barred me before now leaned away, their branches arching like iron gates opening. I no longer had to guess at direction. The forge pulled me. The mark on my palm burned hotter the closer I came, as though it was eager, impatient. When I arrived, the shop was no longer abandoned. Smoke curled from the chimney, black and thick, staining the sky. The anvil gleamed as though freshly polished, though I had left it dull with rust. And in the doorway stood the man I had seen before. The pale smith, his eyes sunken, apron dark as though perpetually wet. "You came back," he said. His tone carried neither welcome nor threat, only inevitability. He stepped aside, gesturing me in. "It's time." I wanted to speak, to demand answers, to scream at him for luring me into this nightmare. But the rhythm silenced me. My words caught in my throat, trapped beneath the endless ringing. So I stepped into the forge once more. The heat was unbearable. Flames leapt unnaturally high, bathing the walls in shifting light. The floor was clear now. Every inch of dust and cobwebs swept away, the sigils etched sharp and new, as though carved that very morning. Circles intertwined, spirals drawn with impossible precision, all radiating out from the anvil at the center. The hammer lay waiting. The smith crossed to it and lifted it easily, though I could not see the muscles move in his arm. He set it into my hand. "Every forge needs a heartbeat," he said. "You gave it yours." The weight of the hammer pressed into my bones. My palm seared where the mark met the handle. I shook my head violently, fighting against the pull, but my arm rose of its own accord. The first strike fell, and the sound tore through me like a blade. Sparks exploded, filling the air. Shadows gathered, coalescing into figures once more. Smiths, apprentices, men and women with hollow faces. But now they were not merely shadows. They stepped solid from the walls, their bodies gray, their eyes pits of ember light. They ringed me in silence, waiting, watching. I struck again. This time the sound was not just metal on metal. It was flesh, bone, the crack of something living reshaped. My chest constricted, my ribs grinding. I dropped the hammer, horrified, but it did not fall. It clung to my hand, fused there, the mark binding it to me. The smith stood across the anvil, his face lit from below by the fire. "Do you know what this place is?" he asked. I shook my head, choking on smoke. "This was not a smithy for horseshoes or plows," he said. "This forge was a heart, a covenant. Every town must be fed. Every people must strike their bargain. The hammer shapes more than iron, it shapes life. Blood for fire, pulse for strike. Do you understand?" I staggered back, bile rising. The figures around me shifted, their heads tilting in unison, empty eyes fixed on me. My heartbeat hammered faster, and with each beat the anvil sang in time. The forge was no longer following me. It was inside me, and I was inside it. "What do you want from me?" I managed to rasp. The smith's lips cracked into a grim smile. "You already gave it." The hammer rose once more, but I fought with everything in me. My arm trembled, resisting. The rhythm pounded in my skull, demanding surrender, but I held back, straining until my vision blurred. The faces of the shadow, smiths, leaned closer, hungry. And then, in a desperate surge, I swung the hammer, not down, but sideways. The blow struck the sigils on the floor. Stone cracked, lines shattering. The circle broke. The forge screamed. Not the fire, not the hammer, but the forge itself. The walls, the ground, the very air. The shadow figures writhed, their forms twisting, unraveling like smoke torn in a gale. The smith staggered, his ember eyes flaring. "You fool," he hissed. "You can't break the covenant. You can only inherit it." The flames collapsed inward, the room spinning, floor giving way beneath me. I fell into darkness, clutching the hammer still fused to my hand. The anvil's ring chased me down into the void. When I came to, I was lying in the ruins of the forge. The roof had caved in, the chimney toppled, the anvil cracked in two. The mark on my palm still burned. The hammer still clung to me, but the fire was gone. The shadows were gone. Only silence remained. I stumbled out into daylight. The town was empty, still and broken, no smoke in the sky. I might have convinced myself it had all been dream, if not for the weight of the hammer and the rhythm still thudding in my veins. I left that valley. I've walked for weeks, months. I've lost count. Towns come and go, strangers offer me food, water, shelter. But I cannot stay. Every night the hammer rings again. I wake with my hand clenched around it, sparks smoldering at my feet. I know now what the smith meant. The covenant cannot be broken. The forge needs a heartbeat, and it chose mine. Wherever I go, the fire will follow. One day, the forge will rise again, the anvil will mend, and the shadows will return. And when they do, I will no longer resist. Because I feel it even now. Each strike remakes me. Each beat shapes me. I am not fleeing anymore. I am being forged. And soon, I will not be buried low at all. My name is Esther Pike, and I should begin with a confession. I never truly believed in haunted towns, cursed ruins, or any of the folk tales whispered around campfires by men who claimed to know the mountains better than their own wives. I considered myself practical, a woman inclined toward rational explanations and small acts of solitude. My life was built on hiking maps, a canvas tent, and a restless urge to see what most people would never bother to look at. Yet it is precisely that urge, the one that led me to pitch my tent in the square of a town the maps no longer marked, that set into motion the strangest and most terrifying night of my life. The town was called Willowbrook once, or so the fractured road sign told me. The letters had been bleached white and flaked away by decades of sun and rain, leaving only the faint outline of what the name might have been. I had found the place while following a dirt road through the foothills, a road that narrowed with every bend, until it no longer deserved to be called a road at all. My compass needle spun strangely when I drew near the valley, and though that should have warned me away, I pressed on with the stubbornness that had gotten me into trouble more times than I'd admit. By the time I reached the square, the day was fading into the last red embers of dusk. The buildings ringed the clearing like sentinels. Weathered facades with their windows darkened, porches sagging, roofs bowing, as though the weight of silence pressed them down. There was a schoolhouse, a church, a saloon with half its letters missing, and houses whose doors leaned open like mouths, caught mid-breath. No birds stirred in the eaves. No wind disturbed the brittle grass. The place was so quiet that when I set down my pack, the sound of it striking the dirt seemed indecently loud. I told myself I would only camp here for the night. It was the practical choice. Flat ground, a central fire pit from days long past, and a sense of shelter provided by the ring of buildings. In truth, I felt the pull of the place in a way that defied practicality. The square seemed to invite me, to dare me. Perhaps I was tired of the sameness of campsites, carved out in forest clearings. Perhaps I wanted to claim a story worth telling, one that would raise eyebrows when I returned home. Whatever the reason, I staked my tent in the exact center of the square, lit my lantern, and watched the darkness swallow the town whole. At first, it was only a feeling. I sat on my rolled blanket, listening to the hiss of my small camp stove, and sensed that the buildings around me leaned in just slightly, as though they were curious about me. My eyes burned from the long day, and I told myself fatigue was twisting perception. Still, when I blinked, I was sure the saloon's porch posts were no longer in line with the schoolhouse across from it. They seemed half a step closer to my tent. I forced a laugh, though no one could hear it, and shook my head. The mind, I reasoned, was excellent at inventing movement in stillness. It is the same trick that turns shadows into figures on lonely roads, or makes faces appear in knots of wood. I ate my supper quickly, determined not to feed my imagination with empty space and silence. Yet as the lantern light flickered against the canvas walls, my thoughts kept circling back to the odd sensation that every time my eyes closed, even for a heartbeat, the town crept closer. I tested it. That is my nature. I leaned back, closed my eyes tight, and counted to 3. When I opened them again, my breath caught. The church, whose steeple had been tilting far, at the edge of the square, now loomed nearer, its broken bell, rope hanging like a noose only yards away. I blinked again, quickly this time, and saw the saloon's warped steps, now jutting just beyond the circle of my firelight. The distance was subtle, yes, but undeniable. The town was shifting. I do not know why I did not flee at once. Perhaps because to run in the dark over uncertain ground seemed even more dangerous than staying. Perhaps because I wanted to prove to myself that my mind had not frayed from loneliness. Or perhaps because the town had already decided I would not leave so easily. Whatever the reason, I remained. I unzipped the tent flap and stepped out into the chill night. My boots sank into the dry dirt, and the air smelled faintly of rust, though I could see no source. I lifted the lantern high, sweeping its glow across the warped facades. The buildings stood in silence, but their angles no longer matched what I remembered from daylight. They leaned subtly inward, as if conferring over me. My heart thudded in my chest, yet I forced my legs to carry me toward the nearest structure, the saloon. Its swinging doors hung from one hinge, creaking with the faintest movement, though no breeze stirred. Inside, the floorboards gaped with rot, and tables were scattered in disarray, as if the patrons had fled mid-conversation. A staircase curved upward to the second floor, but it ended abruptly at a hole in the ceiling, as though the rest had been swallowed by some invisible maw. I blinked in the half-light and felt the room draw closer to me. Chairs scraped half an inch across the floor. Shadows pooled thicker in the corners. My hand trembled on the lantern's handle, and I retreated, unwilling to test whether the walls would close around me entirely. Back in the square, I turned in a slow circle, and the truth was unavoidable. The town was not still. With every blink, every stolen moment when my eyes shut against the sting of dryness, the buildings crept toward the center, narrowing the space where I had placed myself. I hurried back into the tent, clutching the lantern, and tried to think. Sleep was impossible, of course. I sat rigid on my bedding, eyes wide open, forcing myself not to blink for as long as possible. Each time my lids fell, even in the briefest flutter, I heard the faint groan of wood settling closer. I tried staring contests with the night, but tears welled and blurred my vision until blinking was no longer a choice. Each time I gave in. I opened my eyes to find the schoolhouse porch nearer, the church's shadow darker against the tent wall. An hour passed. Perhaps more. Perhaps less. Time was impossible to measure when every heartbeat felt like an eternity. I whispered aloud, as if speaking might anchor me to reality. It is only imagination. Only exhaustion. Yet the rasp of my own voice sounded alien in the thick silence, and I could not shake the sensation that the buildings were listening. At one point, I dared to unzip the tent again, and what I saw nearly unraveled my sanity. The square was no longer a wide clearing but a shrinking throat. The buildings pressed close, their eaves overhanging like jaws. Windows gaped black, and in some of them, I thought I saw a faint movement, as though figures stood just beyond the glass, waiting. The church door, once a dozen yards away, now loomed close enough that the iron handle glinted in my lamplight. I stumbled back inside, clutching my pack to my chest like a child clutching a toy. Panic rose sharp in my throat, yet I still could not bring myself to run. Where would I go? The road I came in on was swallowed by dark, and I had the terrible suspicion that if I fled, the buildings would simply follow, closing around me wherever I ran. So I did the only thing I could think of. I lit the fire. Not a modest campfire for warmth, but a roaring blaze fed by every scrap of wood I had gathered and broken furniture I dared drag from the porches. Flames leapt high, and in their light the square expanded again, just enough to give me air. It was as though the fire pushed them back, or at least stalled their creeping. My relief was sharp, fleeting. I knew I could not keep the fire alive forever. As the hours stretched, I fought against the heaviness in my eyes. The fire popped and cracked, but the pull of sleep was stronger. I promised myself I would stay awake. I promised I would not surrender to the blinking that fed their movement. But promises are weak things in the face of exhaustion. At some point, I slipped. My eyes shut longer than before, and when I opened them, the church stood directly beside me. The steeple cast a shadow across the tent, as if it were leaning down to peer inside. My breath caught. I thought I heard something then, something beyond the creak of timber and the crackle of fire. A whisper, faint and stretched, as though carried from many throats at once. It said nothing I could understand, yet it chilled me to the marrow. The buildings were not merely empty shells. They were waiting, watching, and I had brought myself willingly into their grasp. That was when I understood the town did not want me gone. It wanted me within. The whisper did not stop once I noticed it. On the contrary, it grew bolder, filling the cracks between the boards and slipping under the canvas of my tent, as though sound itself had shape. I tried to tell myself it was the wind brushing the ruined shingles, but the rhythm betrayed that lie. The murmurs rose and fell like breath, like a choir exhaling in unison. Sometimes they overlapped, layering into tones that bent toward words, but never quite settled into language. I pressed my palms against my ears, but the whispering was not content to remain outside. It vibrated through bone, humming behind my teeth. I bit my lip until I tasted iron, desperate for some proof that I still controlled at least one small part of myself. The fire guttered low. Shadows fattened, and I realized if I let the flames die, the square would collapse on me altogether. So I forced myself out again, lantern swaying in one hand, my other arm cradling a bundle of scavenged wood. Each trip felt like a dare, Every time I blinked, I returned to find the saloon steps nosing closer, the schoolhouse wall stretching longer, the black rectangles of windows angled down like eyes. When I reached for a chair leg or splintered beam, I half expected a hand to shoot out from the wood and clasp my wrist. None came, but that made the waiting worse. The anticipation sharpened every nerve until I could scarcely breathe. I stoked the fire until sparks whirled up like fireflies. The blaze bought me a circle of reprieve. The building stalled, resentful but restrained. The whispers, however, did not retreat. They seemed pleased by my effort, as though my fear were fuel equal to flame. Time lost its ordinary rhythm. I do not know how many hours dragged themselves across that night. The moon appeared above the crooked roofs, pale as a dead face, and then seemed to hang there forever. I watched it through stinging eyes, terrified that the instant I blinked too long, it would vanish behind a wall now pressed nose to nose with me. At some point, I do not remember when, I noticed the windows of the schoolhouse had changed. They no longer gaped black. Instead, a faint glow flickered within, pale yellow, too steady to be fire. I froze, every inch of me taut with dread. Then came the sound, a creak of wood. Deliberate, like footsteps crossing a classroom floor. I told myself not to look, but my gaze was dragged upward. Behind the cracked glass, shapes moved. Not children, not teachers, but something wrong in the outline of shoulders, the tilt of heads. They paced too evenly, as if one mind guided all their motions. The whispering swelled when they turned toward me. I staggered back, eyes burning. But curiosity is a parasite that gnaws even at the bones of terror. I blinked, only once, and the figures were closer to the window. Blinked again, and their faces nearly pressed the glass. They had no eyes, only sockets filled with shadow, and yet I felt their stare dig through me. The whispering fractured into something sharper then, like laughter forced through cracked throats. I clapped my hands over my ears again and stumbled to the fire, begging it to hold, to last until dawn. But in my heart I knew dawn would not matter. This was not a place where ordinary cycles ruled. I tried to distract myself, muttering scraps of songs, counting prime numbers aloud, reciting names of rivers. Anything to carve out a barrier between my mind and the voices. Yet every so often, against my will, my gaze drifted to another building and found fresh horrors. In the saloon, bottles glimmered faintly, though I had seen them smashed earlier. Their reflections showed not my firelight but movement. Crowds gathered, heads thrown back in silent toasts. In the church, the ropes swayed though no bell remained, and a soundless toll throbbed in my chest with each swing. The square was no longer just collapsing inward. It was waking up. At last, exhaustion betrayed me again. My eyelids sagged, heavier than stone. I fought them with pinches, with whispered oaths, with digging nails into my palm. Still they closed, if only for a second. When I opened them, the fire was nearly smothered under a tide of ash, and the church door gaped directly before me, open wide, and something stood inside. I saw it only as silhouette, framed by the dark interior. A tall figure, crooked at the shoulders, head bowed too far forward. It did not move, but I felt the whispering converge on it, feeding into whatever hollow cavity it used for lungs. I stumbled back, panic scraping my throat raw. My body wanted to run, but the circle of fire was all that held the buildings at bay. If I left it, I knew the town would fold itself around me, like jaws closing. My options shrank to nothing, so I did the unthinkable. I spoke to it. Why me? My voice cracked like brittle wood. "What do you want?" The whispering ceased. The silence that followed was worse. Even the fire seemed to hold its breath. Then the figure moved its head, a twitch like a marionette tugged by strings, and though no sound left its mouth, I heard an answer bloom inside my skull. "You blink, we move. You close your eyes, we enter." I wanted to deny it, to shout that I had never invited them, but the words died behind my teeth. Some part of me understood that setting camp here, daring to sleep in their square, had already been invitation enough. My lantern sputtered, nearly out of oil. Desperation clawed at me. I hurled one of the broken chairs onto the fire, sparks roaring upward. The light surged, pushing the figure back into the church. Yet the voice lingered. "Stay until you cannot open your eyes again. Then you will be ours." I do not remember screaming, but my throat ached as if I had. I must have raged against the night, begging dawn to come, clawing at my own skin just to stay awake. The fire roared and dwindled and roared again as I fed it anything I could find. Splintered boards, my own pack, even the tent poles. The square filled with smoke, but I dared not care. At some point, the moon dipped and a faint paling brushed the horizon. Relief almost undid me. My body sagged, muscles trembling from the fight against sleep. The buildings still leaned close. The figures still lingered at windows. But light, real daylight, was coming. I believed foolishly that it would end with the sun. But the town was not bound to the sun. The first rays broke over the ridge, and instead of retreating, the buildings only stood taller. Their wood gleamed as if freshly painted, their windows cleared of grime. The square no longer looked abandoned. It looked lived in now. Figures walked behind the glass, their motions too precise, too uniform. The whispers became voices, audible at last, rising in a language that sounded like prayer and curse at once. My fire died with a hiss. I was too stunned to move, too weary to think. The town had changed the rules. Night had not been its prison. It had only been the overture. The church door creaked wider. The tall figure stepped out, its crooked body silhouetted in the morning glow. It raised one hand, fingers long as nails, and pointed at me. I did not wait to see what came next. I ran. I bolted from the remains of my camp, through the choking smoke, and straight into the narrowing throat of streets, beyond the square. The buildings shifted even as I sprinted, their porches jutting out, their shadows stretching to trip me. I ducked beneath collapsing beams, hurtled over barrels that rolled from nowhere, fought against the sensation that the ground itself tilted to funnel me back. The whispers turned to laughter then, cruel and delighted, echoing off walls that leaned closer with every blink. I tried not to close my eyes, but tears blurred everything, and the sting of smoke forced lids down for fragments of seconds. Each time, the road twisted, so that no matter how far I thought I had run, the square reappeared ahead. The church, the schoolhouse, the saloon. Waiting, I stumbled to my knees, chest burning, throat shredded by ragged breath. I knew then what they meant. This town had no edges. No matter where I ran, it folded itself to bring me back. The tall figure advanced from the church porch. Behind it, others now spilled from doorways. Children from the schoolhouse, men from the saloon, women from houses. All wrong in shape, all swaying with that same puppet-like motion. Their shadows bled into one another until they ringed me in black. The voice came again, not whispered now, but thunderous inside my skull. "Do not fight. Close your eyes. It will be easier." I wanted to resist, I wanted to scream that I would never surrender, but my body betrayed me. Exhaustion clamped down, heavy as chains. My eyes fluttered against every ounce of will. When I forced them open, the buildings loomed impossibly close, their walls a hair's breadth away. The figures leaned over me, sockets yawning dark. The square had collapsed to nothing but the space I occupied. And I understood the next blink would be my last. The weight of my eyelids was unbearable, each blink dragging me closer to the end. I crouched in the narrowing throat of the square, back to the fire's ashes, hemmed in on all sides by structures that now leaned like predators waiting to devour me. The figures pressed forward, spilling out of every doorway, filling every window, their shadows thickening until the daylight itself dimmed. I had no weapon, no plan, no clever trick left. I had only my body, trembling and exhausted, and a stubborn refusal to yield. But refusal means little when sleep becomes heavier than fear. My lashes closed, and I tore them open again with a cry, my nails clawing at my own skin just to hold them apart. The voice thundered through my skull again, a command, a promise. Close them. Let us in. I staggered to my feet, swaying, disoriented by how near everything loomed. The saloon's warped porch roof brushed my shoulder. The church's broken steeple leaned directly overhead, its shadow cutting across my chest like a blade. The schoolhouse door gaped wide, and from it came the sound of chairs scraping, desks dragging, an entire class rising in unison to greet me. No, I croaked, though my voice was drowned beneath their laughter. No, I won't. But my protest sounded pitiful even to me. The tall figure was only a few paces away now. Its limbs moved in angles that should have shattered bone, but still it advanced, its long hand reaching, its shadow unfurled across the dirt, stretching up my boots, up my legs, climbing fast as if to consume me before its flesh could. Something broke inside me then. Not a surrender, not yet, but a clarity sharper than panic. If I was going to be taken, I refused to be taken here, in the center like a helpless offering. If I was to vanish, it would be running. I bolted toward the gap where the road once ran, forcing my body into a final surge of motion. The buildings bent, straining to cut me off, but I slid between them, scraping my arms against warped siding. Their whispers rose in furious chorus, not pleased now but enraged, as though prey had slipped the snare. I stumbled through twisted alleys that seemed to rearrange with every blink. A house swung sideways, its entire wall folding across the street like a closing gate. I ducked beneath a collapsing beam, my scalp catching splinters, and careened into what should have been the outskirts. But the town did not end. It stretched, warped, bent itself around my fleeing body, so that every road led back in. I realized with a cold certainty that sank through bone that this town had no boundaries. It was a trap without edges, a maze folding forever inward. Still I ran. I ran until my lungs felt carved out, until my throat was fire, until blood filled my mouth from bitten lips. I thought if I kept moving, perhaps I could outpace whatever law governed this place. Perhaps movement itself was rebellion. But the town was patient. When my legs gave out, I collapsed on cobblestones that had not been there before. My palms slapped stone slick with moss, and I realized I was in a new square, smaller, ringed by buildings even tighter. My stomach dropped as I understood. I had not escaped. The town had simply made me a smaller cage. The voices closed in again, hissing through cracks, rattling shutters, rolling like thunder under floorboards. Figures ringed me once more, their sockets deeper now, their mouths slack in soundless smiles. They did not need to chase. They only needed me to blink. I tried one last trick. I dropped to my knees and dug my nails into the dirt between cobblestones, gouging pain so sharp I gasped. Pain, I told myself, would keep me awake. Pain would hold me open. My eyes stung with blood and tears, but still I forced them wide. The figure loomed close, the tall one, its shadow spilling over mine. It bent low, face hovering inches from me. For the first time I saw its mouth. It opened impossibly wide, wider than a head should split, and inside there were no teeth, only rows of black windows, opening and shutting like blinking eyes. The voice was not thunder now but silk. Rest, we will hold you when you fall. My body betrayed me. My eyes slammed shut. When they opened again, everything had changed. The square was empty. The buildings were as I had first found them, sagging, broken, abandoned. No figures stood in doorways. No whispers lingered in the air. Sunlight blazed overhead, almost too bright to bear. The church door was shut, its rope dangling still. The saloon lay quiet, the schoolhouse a hollow shell. For a heartbeat I thought I had survived, that it had all been nightmare and smoke, an exhaustion-fueled hallucination. Relief flooded me, hot and dizzying. Then I saw the ground. All around me, pressed into the dirt, were footprints. Dozens, hundreds, circling the spot where I knelt. They overlapped each other, some small, some large, some too twisted to belong to anything human. The soil was churned as if many feet had surrounded me, waiting. My hands shook as I pushed myself upright. The square was silent, but the silence no longer felt natural. It felt like holding breath. I staggered to where my pack should have been, but it was gone. So was my tent. Only the ashes of my fire remained, scattered as though trampled. I had nothing left except the clothes clinging to my sweat-soaked skin. I told myself I would leave, right then, before the town thought to stir again. I turned toward the road out, the same road I had entered on. It was there, stretching straight as if it had always been steady. I took one step, two. My heart pounded with fragile hope. But on the third step, I blinked, and the road shortened, not much. Just enough that the tree line seemed nearer. Just enough that the houses at the edge leaned closer. I froze, breath caught sharp in my chest. My eyes burned, desperate for another blink, but terror sealed them open. I took another step. The world lurched. The road bent inward. The buildings leaned. My knees buckled. I dropped to the dirt, clutching my face. The truth slid through me cold and certain. I had not escaped. I had only been released for a moment, set free inside their boundaries. They were patient. They would wait until exhaustion dragged me down again. The sunlight felt thin now, weak as paper. Shadows stretched too long across the ground, as if time itself was bending. I rose on shaking legs, stumbled forward, and whispered to myself like a prayer, "Just don't blink. Just don't blink." But even as I said it, my lashes trembled, and somewhere in the town, wood groaned. I cannot tell you how long I wandered after that. The days bled together, if days they were. Sometimes the sun rose, sometimes it did not. Sometimes I thought I heard the sound of cars on a distant highway, only to turn and see the church steps behind me again. I ate nothing. I drank nothing. Yet I did not die. Instead, I lived in a constant half-state, dragging my body through streets that rearranged, through squares that shrank, through alleys that spat me back where I began. My entire existence became the fight against blinking. Every second a war, every moment a cliff. And always the town waited. Each time my eyes fell shut, it moved closer. I do not know if I am still Esther Pike. My name feels foreign in my mouth now, as though it belongs to someone who lived in another world. A world with maps and rivers and mornings that meant something. Here, there is only the town. The town that breathes when I do. That shifts with every blink. That feeds on the awareness it gives me. I am writing this, scraping it into a piece of wood torn from a door, pressing words with a nail until my fingers bleed. Because maybe, somehow, someone will find it. If you are reading, know this. Never camp in a place that should not exist. Never give yourself to the silence of abandoned squares. And above all, do not blink. Because when you do, they move. And when they move, they come closer. And once they are close enough, you will never open your eyes again. My name is Callum Fenn, and I was raised with the sort of education that valued introductions, so I will begin this account properly. I am 34 years old, unmarried, and until recently I worked as a surveyor's assistant. The kind of man who walked lines through rural parcels of land to measure boundaries most men would never step foot upon. I am neither a poet nor a preacher, and certainly not one of those romantic souls who dress up their adventures with invention. What follows is, to the best of my ability, the truth of what occurred when I traveled alone to an abandoned town deep in the countryside. A town whose ruined chapel has left me with questions I have not the words nor the courage to fully answer. It is not exaggeration to say that my experience there has pressed itself upon my mind in such a way that I can no longer look at shadows in the same manner as other men. I cannot sit in the dim nave of a church without recalling what I saw. I cannot even pass a simple hymn sung in the distance without shivering as if cold hands were upon me. This story, whether or not you believe it, is mine, and I would rather speak it than keep silent until it rots inside me. The town was one I had read about by accident, a century ago. It had been a stop along a narrow railway, prospering briefly before the mines ran dry and the river silted over. By the 1930s, the last families had moved away, leaving behind a husk of brick shells and timber frames. Local maps scarcely marked it anymore. Though some called it Pike's Hollow, others gave it no name at all. I had been tasked with inspecting a stretch of woodland nearby for potential sale, and the ruined town lay just outside the marked boundary. It should have been irrelevant, but I have always had a curiosity for the forgotten. When I learned that a chapel still stood there, its roof mostly intact despite decades of neglect, I told myself I might rest there overnight. Such decisions, innocent at first glance, can alter one's life entirely. I arrived near dusk, my pack heavy with canvas, rope, and provisions. The road had been a road once, but now it was a cloying tunnel of saplings and brambles, so that I half walked, half crawled my way into the clearing where the town opened. It was smaller than I had imagined. 3 or 4 brick buildings with empty sockets for windows, a few collapsed houses where chimneys jutted like gravestones, and at the far end, the chapel. Its steeple was a jagged spear of gray stone, half collapsed, yet upright enough to loom over the square. What struck me most was the silence. Not the natural hush of evening woods, but a vacancy that seemed pressed down, as though the air itself avoided the place. Even the insects, which had harried me mercilessly on the trail, kept their distance. I pitched my small tent just beyond the chapel steps, reasoning that the stone would shield me from wind. I did not at first intend to enter. My plan was simply to camp nearby, take my notes on the forest plots the next morning, and then move on. I collected deadfall for a fire and boiled water for tea. The night was unusually still, my fire smoke rising straight into the sky, as if the world itself had stopped breathing. That was when I heard it music. It was faint, carried not on any breeze, but threading directly through the walls of the chapel. It was the sound of hymns, a human chorus low and solemn, rising and falling with the cadence of worship. I froze with the tin cup in my hand. There was no electricity in this town, no congregation, no reason any voices should gather. At first I wondered if it was some echo traveling from a distant farmstead, but the tune was too clear, too confined. It came from the chapel, and though my better sense warned me against it, I felt myself rising, drawn toward the doorway. The heavy wooden doors were still in place, though warped with rot. I pressed against one, and it groaned inward. What greeted me was dimness, pierced only by the weak light of the moon, through broken stained glass. Rows of pews stretched before me, and in them, silhouettes sat upright. Dozens of them, shoulder to shoulder, perfectly still. They were not men nor women, nor any congregation of flesh and blood. They were shadows, solid in shape yet formed of nothing more than black absence. They hunched as though attending service. Their heads were bowed. Their hands, or the shapes where hands should be, rested upon knees. I do not know if it was courage or foolishness that carried me further inside, but I stepped across the threshold, my boots clicking against the stone floor. The music continued, but I realized then that the shadows themselves were the source. No lips moved, for there were none, but the sound emanated from them, rising and falling as if they had remembered the hymns of a congregation long dead. My skin prickled. Each step I took down the central aisle echoed too loudly, like a disruption in a ritual I was not meant to witness. I forced myself to look more closely, though every nerve screamed to flee. The figures had shape but no depth. I could see the pew wood faintly through their edges, as though they were stains of darkness cut loose from the bodies that once cast them. The music was not in any language. I knew the syllables bent and elongated, reminding me of Latin, though no priest had ever taught me such words. The cadence swelled until it pressed against my ears like water. At the front of the chapel, where once a pulpit must have stood, the space was empty, save for one taller shadow that seemed to stand, arms raised. It was broader, its form sharper against the gloom. When I looked at it, the hymn faltered. A wave of silence passed from the front to the back, like a wind rushing through tall grass, until the voices ceased. The seated figures turned their heads in unison. They did not rise. They only turned, every one of them, to face me. I have never felt so small. Their featureless faces bore no eyes, no mouths, and yet I knew they were aware of me. I felt the weight of their attention, the same way a deer must feel the eyes of wolves hidden in underbrush. The taller shadow remained at the pulpit's place, arms lifted as if calling upon something higher or lower, and then, slowly, it lowered one hand to point at me. The silence deepened, impossibly. My throat closed as though hands clutched it, though no one touched me. The air grew thick, bitter, like old incense clung to charred walls. I stumbled backward, my heel catching on the edge of a pew. The shadows did not pursue. They remained seated, watching. The taller figure's hand never wavered. I do not know how I managed it, but I turned and bolted for the doorway, the hymn exploding behind me as if the very air had torn open. It surged, deafening. A choir of hundreds, though only dozens had been present. The notes scraped my skull raw, each syllable pounding with the rhythm of my heartbeat. I burst into the square gasping, nearly falling to my knees, and only when I slammed the warped door shut did the sound cut off. The silence returned so suddenly it rang in my ears. I fled to my campfire, trembling so violently that I spilled my kettle into the ashes. My breath came ragged. The moon stared down, pitiless and white. I told myself it was a hallucination, some trick of exhaustion, but I knew better. I had seen them. I had heard them. And worst of all, I knew they had seen me. The memory of every head turning, featureless yet exact, seared itself into me. I could not bring myself to tear down my tent. I did not dare approach the chapel again. Instead, I sat by the fire with my knife gripped tight, waiting for any sound. None came. Not a cricket, not an owl. Only that stillness, as if the entire forest crouched in hiding. The night stretched long, and though my body begged for rest, I would not close my eyes. Once or twice, I thought I heard the faintest hum, as if through stone walls. But perhaps it was only my imagination replaying the hymn. By dawn, the world had returned to ordinary noises, sparrows in the brush, the sigh of trees. I tried to believe I had dreamed the whole thing, yet the memory of those seated shadows clung to me like cobwebs. When morning light touched the chapel, I forced myself to glance toward it. The doors were closed as I had left them, though one sagged more heavily on its hinge. Through a crack, I thought I glimpsed only emptiness. My heart told me that if I opened it again, the pews would be bare, nothing inside but dust. And yet another part of me, darker, whispered that the figures would still be there, seated in patient rows, waiting for me to return. I packed my gear with shaking hands. My work in the forest would have to wait. I wanted distance. I wanted roads and people and the sound of life. Still, as I left Pike's Hollow, the memory of that hymn trailed after me. Worse, I realized I had not escaped entirely. At the edge of the overgrown road, when I looked back, I thought I saw a sliver of movement in the shadow cast by the chapel's steeple. Just a flicker, as if something shifted there, watching. I turned away and did not look again. Yet the song lingered in my ears, soft, insidious, as if the shadows had planted it inside me. A seed that would not stop growing. The walk out of Pike's Hollow was harder than the way in. My legs felt leaden, my pack dug into my shoulders, and though the daylight should have offered reassurance, it seemed washed out. A pallid thing stretched thin across the world. The birdsong was shrill, almost mocking. I told myself I was free of the chapel, that the hymn was locked behind those warped doors. Yet with every step down the overgrown path, I felt as though I carried a residue with me, something unseen that clung to my skin and hair. Half a mile from the square, I paused to drink from my canteen. As I tipped it back, the sound of water echoing in my throat, I realized there was a second sound beneath it. Faint, almost imperceptible. Humming. Not in front of me, not behind me, but all around, threaded through the air itself. It was low, like a tuning fork vibrating in my bones. I spun, scanning the trees, but saw nothing but the narrow corridor of the old road. The humming ceased, as if mocking me for noticing. I pressed on, quicker now, heart pounding in my ears. Twice more I heard it, once when I ducked beneath a fallen branch, once when I crossed a patch of sunlight. It would flare, then fade, leaving me in silence that felt worse than noise. By the time I reached the place where the road joined the modern trail, I was drenched in sweat. I swore aloud just to hear my own voice. The nearest village lay 6 miles east. A cluster of weathered houses that huddled against the hills. I reached it just before noon, staggering into the single diner as if pursued. The smell of frying bacon and coffee hit me so hard, it nearly made me weep. A few locals glanced up from their tables, eyes narrowed in that way small towns regard strangers. I must have looked half mad, dust-streaked, my hair sticking out, my boots caked with mud. I ordered coffee and bread, forcing my hand to stop trembling long enough to raise the cup. The waitress, a middle-aged woman with sharp features softened by a wary kindness, asked if I had come from Pike's Hollow. The question startled me so badly I nearly dropped the cup. "You know it?" I asked. "Everyone around here does," she said. "Though most keep away. Nothing there for a man to find but grief." I pressed her, though I already regretted asking. "What kind of grief?" She pursed her lips. "Folks used to say the mine collapsed because of bad stone, but the truth is men went missing even before that. Preachers tried to set the chapel right, but there were whispers of things heard at night. Music when no choir stood. My mother told me her own grandmother swore she saw shadows moving in the windows after the town was empty. I don't know if I believe all that, but we don't go there. You shouldn't have either." Her words clamped tight around my chest. I wanted to dismiss them, call them superstition, but the memory of that congregation in this would not let me. I thanked her and ate in silence. Every chew of bread felt like sawdust. When I finished, I asked the name of the hymn I thought I had heard, though I knew I could never replicate it. I hummed a few faltering notes. She stiffened and shook her head. "That's not any hymn I know," she said. "And I've been in church my whole life." I left money on the table and walked out, trying not to look over my shoulder. The village was ordinary enough. Children played in yards, a dog barked from a porch. But I felt detached, as though I were watching through glass. The shadows of the buildings seemed sharper than they should have been, their edges too defined. At one point, when I passed a church with bright white siding, I heard from within a choir practicing. For a moment relief bloomed in me. Then, under their voices, I thought I caught the same warped syllables I had heard in the ruined chapel. I did not step inside to check. I rented a room at a small inn. That night I told myself I would sleep properly. I locked the door, closed the curtains, and lay down, clutching my pillow like a lifeline. Sleep came in fits, a shallow and broken thing. And then the dream, or what I can only call a dream, began. I was back in the chapel, standing in the aisle. The pews were filled, not with shadows, but with pale men and women dressed in black. Their faces blurred as though painted with water. They sang lips moving, the hymn stretching through the rafters. At the pulpit stood the tall figure I had seen before, though now its shape wavered between man and shadow. It raised its arms, and the congregation stilled. Then it spoke my name, not in a booming voice, but whispered, the way a parent might call a child in from the dark. "Callum." The sound tore through me. I tried to run, but found myself bound in place, feet sinking into stone as if it were wet clay. The congregation turned their blurred faces toward me. Where eyes should have been, hollows opened, endless and deep. "Callum," they said together, voices folding over one another like waves. "Sit with us. I woke with a shout, drenched in sweat. The sheets tangled around my limbs. The room was dark, but not silent. From the corner, near the wardrobe, came a faint sound humming. My heart nearly stopped. I snatched the lamp and lit it with shaking hands. The corner was empty. Nothing but my coat hanging from a peg. And yet the humming persisted, faint inside the walls, as if the wood itself had learned the song. I spent the rest of the night with every light burning. When dawn came, I left the inn without breakfast. For days I tried to shake it. I walked the forest boundaries, took notes, drew maps. I forced myself into routines of measurement and line drawing, clinging to numbers like a drowning man to driftwood. And yet always, at the edge of hearing, I caught snatches of the hymn. Sometimes it was no more than a single warped, rising with the wind. Other times, entire verses seemed to unfold from the rustle of trees. Once, while kneeling to mark a boundary stake, I looked down and saw that my own shadow stretched wrong. It bent across the ground as it should, but also up the trunk of a tree, seated upon a phantom pew etched by sunlight. I stared until my eyes watered, and when I blinked, it was gone. By the end of the week, I knew I could not escape it by pretending. I had brought something with me out of that chapel. Or rather, it had followed. I returned to the diner, driven by desperation. The waitress frowned when she saw me. "You went back," she said flatly. "No," I insisted. "But it came with me." She hesitated, then leaned close. "My grandmother used to say the place held onto souls. Not like ghosts, but echoes. Pieces of people carved away and left behind. They sing to fill what's missing. If you hear them, it means they've noticed you. And if they've noticed you..." She trailed off, eyes darting to the window. "What?" I pressed. "They'll want you seated with them. That's what the pews are for." The blood drained from my face. I left without finishing my meal. That night, I considered fleeing entirely, leaving the contract, abandoning the land, heading back to the city. But fear of ridicule and the weight of responsibility kept me tethered. Besides, a deeper fear whispered that no matter how far I went, the hymn would follow. I dreamed again. This time I was outside the chapel, staring up at the broken steeple. A light glowed within, pale and unearthly. From the door came the congregation, shadow forms spilling into the square, row upon row, all facing me. They did not advance, only stood waiting. The tall figure emerged last, its arm extended, not pointing this time, but beckoning. I woke to find myself standing at the window of my rented room, curtain drawn back, night pressing against the glass. I did not remember rising from bed. On the street below, nothing moved. Only a single pool of shadow that stretched too far, cutting across the cobbles toward the inn. I stumbled back, heart hammering, and fell to my knees. In the silence that followed, a single word pulsed through my mind. Not in my voice, but theirs. Soon. I did not leave the village that morning. I should have. Any rational man would have packed his bag, found the first train, and put 100 miles between himself and Pike's Hollow. But there is something in dread that works like gravity. The harder one tries to escape it, the more it drags. I spent the day pacing my rented room, pausing only to listen for that faint humming I dreaded and expected. It came, always, no matter the hour, woven through the walls like insects hidden behind the plaster. By evening, I was nearly undone. I thought of the words the waitress had told me, how the shadows were pieces of people carved away, how they wanted others to sit with them. I had tried to push those thoughts aside, but each time I closed my eyes, I saw rows of pews filled with shapes, and the tall figure at the front, always pointing, always beckoning. When darkness came, I found myself at the edge of town without remembering the walk. My boots carried me on their own accord, crunching gravel as though the road itself had turned into a hymn, and my feet had to follow the rhythm. Ahead stretched the forest, its branches closing like an archway. I stopped only once, glancing back at the weak glow of the village lights. For a heartbeat, I thought I could still choose. Turn back, bolt into a crowd, drown myself in noise and company until the shadow song loosened. But choice is a fragile thing, and mine was already stolen. I stepped beneath the trees. The path was easier than before, as if cleared. No brambles clawed at me, no branches caught my hair. The way opened smooth and direct, guiding me into the heart of Pike's Hollow. I reached the square long after moonrise. The chapel loomed, steeple jagged against a starless sky. My fire pit was cold ashes. My tent still stood, but sagged, collapsed inward like skin over a corpse. From the chapel, the hymn rose. It was not faint now, but full, resonant. Like an organ swelling, though no instrument remained. I moved toward the door without meaning to. My body walked as if another will steered it. The warped wood swung open before I touched it, and the sight within was as I dreaded, pews filled, every figure upright, their heads turning toward me in unison. The tall shadow at the pulpit raised its arms. The hymn stopped, cleaved in two, leaving silence so immense it roared in my skull. Then the figure spoke, not aloud, but within me. "You have heard," it said. "Now you will sit." My throat scraped dry. "I am not one of you. All are one," came the reply. "You were noticed. You are part." The congregation shifted. They did not stand, but their forms leaned as though eager, as though the very pews tilted toward me. I staggered back, but the door had shut behind me. The stone floor trembled with low vibration, a heartbeat far beneath the earth. I pressed myself against the door, praying it would give, but it held fast. The tall figure descended from the pulpit. With each step it took, the air bent, darkening. When it drew close, I saw that its form was not fixed. It flickered between silhouette and solidity, sometimes man-shaped, sometimes an absence shaped like man. It halted before me and raised one hand. "Sit," it said again. I shook my head violently, choking on air. "I will not." The figure tilted, not like a man but like a flame shifting in wind. Then it reached forward. Its hand did not touch me, yet a blackness spread across my arm where its shadow overlapped. My flesh prickled, drained of warmth. I cried out and pulled away, but the mark lingered, a stain of cold that would not fade. "Sit," the voice repeated. This time it was not one voice but hundreds layered, the whole congregation pressing the word into my skull. "No," I screamed, forcing sound out, my own voice ragged. "You will not have me." The pews quivered. The figures leaned further, their outlines rippling. Some began to rise, or tried to, though they moved stiffly, bound to the wood. The hymn returned in a torrent, louder than thunder, forcing me to my knees. My vision blurred. Black shapes swarmed at the edges of sight. The tall figure spread its arms as if to enfold me. I do not know what kept me from surrendering. Perhaps instinct, perhaps sheer terror. My hand fumbled at my belt and found the knife I had carried since the first night. Without thought, I slashed across my palm, the blade biting deep. The pain snapped me awake, and the blood that spilled onto the stone hissed as if striking fire. The hymn faltered. Shadows recoiled, twitching like startled animals. The tall figure froze. I did not understand why, but I pressed the moment. I flung my bleeding hand forward, scattering drops across the aisle. Each red stain seemed to burn, cutting holes in the darkness. The congregation writhed, their outlines shuddering. "Not yet," the tall figure said, its voice strained, layered less perfectly. "You are bound. I am not." I shouted and hurled myself against the door with all my weight. This time it groaned, then splintered open, spilling me into the square. I tumbled onto the dirt, clutching my ruined hand. Behind me, the hymn surged once more, furious now, battering against the night. But the figures did not follow. They remained within, screaming their song, the sound rattling the bones of the town. I ran. I do not remember half the flight back through the trees. Only the tearing in my lungs and the cold smear on my arm where the figure had touched me. The hymn pursued, distant yet unbroken, until the forest gave way to the road. Only then did it fade, as though barred by some unseen line. At dawn, I returned to the village once more. I must have looked half dead, staggering into the diner with blood crusted on my palm. The waitress gasped and rushed to bandage me. When she asked what had happened, I told her only that the chapel was not empty. She stared at me with wide, knowing eyes but asked nothing further. That was weeks ago. I am back in the city now, far from Pike's Hollow, yet peace has not returned. The mark upon my arm has not faded. In dim light it looks ordinary, but in shadow it deepens, darkening until it seems a hollow has been cut into me. Sometimes, when I am alone, I feel myself leaning as if toward a pew. Sometimes I wake in the night to find myself sitting upright in bed, hands on my knees, head bowed. And always, always, the hymn remains. It hums in the corners of rooms, coils through the rush of water pipes, threads itself beneath the shuffle of passing crowds. I hear it when I close my eyes. I hear it in the silence between words. It does not fade. It is patient. I know what it wants. I do not know how long I can resist. My name is Lydia Marsh, and I was raised to believe in the reliability of a map. Paper or digital, compass lines or glowing dots on a screen. It did not matter. There was always a promise that if I read the symbols correctly, if I trusted the logic of orientation, I would arrive where I meant to go. That belief carried me through childhood hikes with my father, through backpacking trips in the Rockies during college, and later, through my own solo treks into places where silence pressed in so heavily that I sometimes sang aloud, just to remember I had a voice. A map was order in a world of confusion. A map could not lie. At least, that was what I thought before I came to the town that refused to let me leave. The place wasn't on most charts, not anymore. Its name had fallen out of common use decades ago, after the industries that supported it collapsed. But in my collection of old surveyor's documents, bought from a flea market in Vermont, there it was, drawn in perfect grid. Its streets laid out like veins on pale parchment, its square marked with the familiar symbol for a courthouse that likely no longer stood. Something about the faded ink pulled at me. I told myself it was historical curiosity, the urge to walk through a forgotten place. That was easier to say aloud than the truth. Sometimes I felt guided by more than my own choices, as if old paper wanted to be unfolded in the living world again. So I packed light. Compass, rations, my rolled maps secured by a rubber strap. and I followed the old logging road that should have ended at the edge of town. It was late afternoon when I passed under the bent iron arch that still bore the town's welcome sign, though half the letters had rusted away, leaving only "Ami," home, if you wanted to be poetic about it. The road descended into cracked asphalt streets, lined with wooden houses that leaned against one another like drunks after last call. Their windows were mostly shattered, their doors sagging on hinges, their paint peeled into dry strips that fluttered faintly in the breeze. I paused at the first intersection, spreading my map across the hood of a long, abandoned car. The paper was yellowed, the ink so thin it might have been a shadow, but the design was precisely for Main Street's meeting at the crossroads where I now stood, the courthouse square 2 blocks ahead. I folded the map again, tucked it back into my satchel, and started forward with the kind of cautious excitement that usually comes from being the only witness to a secret. The strange thing began almost immediately, though at first I brushed it off. 2 blocks passed, then 3. When I looked up, expecting the square to open wide before me, I saw only the same crossroads, the same abandoned gas station on one corner, and the church with the cracked steeple on the other. I stopped, frowned, and unfolded my map again. My compass needle wavered, then settled true north. By all accounts, I had not turned. I had walked straight. And yet I was back at the same intersection. I tried another route. West this time, past the boarded diner with its crooked sign, past a mailbox sagging in a post. My boots thudded on the uneven pavement. I counted my steps, whispering the numbers under my breath, until I had gone what should have been 5 blocks. When I raised my eyes, my stomach pitched. The crossroads again. The same diner, the same mailbox, the same damned church shadow angling across the road. I wheeled around, half convinced I'd unknowingly spun in a circle, but behind me the street stretched empty and endless. No curve, no turn, nothing to explain the repetition. I stood there too long, I think. Long enough for the air to grow colder, though the sun was still hanging low in the west. Long enough for silence to grow sharp, as if waiting for me to notice what was wrong. I told myself it was fatigue, disorientation, the nerves of being alone in a deserted town. My hands shook as I tucked the map away again, but I forced myself to pick another street, east this time. I told myself that persistence was the cure. A maze, after all, had to have an exit. But each attempt ended the same. North, south, east, west. Diagonals where alleys cut between buildings. It did not matter. Every time my stride carried me forward, more than a block or 2. I emerged at the same crossroads, as if the streets themselves folded behind me, like fabric stitched back together. The square never appeared. The courthouse symbol on my map remained only ink. The town allowed me movement, but not progress. By the time the sun began to sink, I had made 6 or 7 attempts, maybe more. My legs ached, sweat chilled against my skin. I leaned against the rust, bitten lamppost at the crossroads, and pressed my palms to my eyes. The absurdity of it might have been funny, if not for the tightness growing in my chest. I could not ignore the truth. This was not a normal place, and the map I had trusted to lead me here had betrayed me. I considered turning back the way I came, back up the road beneath the iron arch. The thought of retracing my path filled me with desperate hope. I set my jaw, chose the street where I remembered arriving, and marched with renewed speed. I passed the diner, the row of houses with porches caving in. I counted steps to 500, then 6. My breath grew ragged, When I finally raised my eyes, my heart sank with an icy plunge. The crossroads, the gas station, the steeple, waiting for me like a patient host. I could have screamed then. Instead, I laughed, a brittle sound that startled even me in the stillness. Night was settling. I needed shelter more than I needed explanations. The church stood tall despite its broken roofline, and I chose it because its doors were still closed. I pushed one open, wood groaning, and stepped into the dust, thick gloom of its nave. The pews stretched in long rows, empty except for scraps of paper and bird nests wedged between the beams. I laid my pack on the front pew, pulled out my canteen, and forced myself to drink. Sitting there, I spread my map again on the wood. My fingers traced the lines. The neat rectangles of streets, the central square that refused to exist in the world I walked. I tried to will the paper to confess, to reveal its trick, but it remained still and blank, an artifact of another time. I told myself that in the morning, with clear eyes, I would find the way out. The human mind was fallible. Perhaps I had made some error I could not yet see. The light through the cracked windows faded into darkness. I used my small lantern sparingly, its glow carving a narrow circle around me. And in that stillness, I began to notice something I had ignored before. The crossroads outside did not only repeat in space. They hummed, faintly, like the distant vibration of a tuning fork. I had not heard it earlier over my footsteps and muttered counting. But in the silence of the church it was undeniable. A low, resonant thrum, steady and constant, emanating from outside, seeping through the walls, into my bones. I pressed my hands to the wooden pew, and for a fleeting second, I thought I felt it vibrating. I told myself to sleep, though sleep was a stranger in a place like that. I lay curled on the pew, lantern dimmed, every creak of the rafters loud in my ears. My mind replayed each walk, each futile attempt at escape, as if analyzing the pattern would reveal an answer. But there was no answer. Only the crossroads waiting for me again, and the map that no longer matched the world. My final thought before exhaustion claimed me was that perhaps I was not lost in the town at all. Perhaps the town was lost in me. When I woke, the world was a dull gray, the kind of morning that feels half-formed, as though the sun has second thoughts about rising. My body ached from the wooden pew, my neck stiff and my mouth dry. For a moment I forgot where I was. Then the faint humming outside returned to my ears, steady as ever, and memory slammed back into me. The crossroads, the endless loop, the map that no longer obeyed its own lines. I sat up, rubbed my eyes, and lit my lantern long enough to check my compass again. The needle swung lazily, then fixed north unbothered by my dread. Logic urged me to believe that if I kept walking long enough in one direction, something would change. But memory argued otherwise, cruel and sharp. I packed my satchel, slung it across my shoulder, and forced myself back through the church doors. The streets were washed in fog, a thick low mist that clung to the ground and softened the ruined buildings into silhouettes. My boots scuffed damp asphalt as I set out once again. I chose west first, striding briskly past the diner, past houses whose curtains hung in rotting strips. My breath steamed in the cold air. I counted my steps to 500, 600, 7. Then I stopped dead. The crossroads. Same gas station, same church. My fingers tightened on the strap of my satchel until they went numb. I turned hard south, jaw clenched. 500 steps. 700. 900. The fog shifted, and there it was again. The same intersection, waiting for me like a trap sprung shut. I could not hide from it any longer. The town was not merely abandoned. It was holding me. The crossroads was its anchor, and I was caught fast. The humming had grown louder. At first it was only beneath my hearing, something you sense rather than hear. Now it throbbed through the air, a subtle vibration that brushed the edges of my skull. I pressed my palms to my temples and nearly staggered. The sound was no longer outside me, it was inside. I fled into motion before panic swallowed me. I darted down alleys, climbed over a toppled fence, stumbled into backyards overgrown with brittle weeds. No matter how I turned, every path seemed drawn by an invisible hand, back to the same four corners. My lungs burned, sweat trickled cold down my spine. Finally, I collapsed on the curb of the intersection, breathing hard, staring at the cracked white paint of the crosswalk beneath my boots. I don't know how long I sat there. Time felt stalled, as broken as the streets around me. When the first voice spoke, I thought it was memory, but it came from behind me, low and unmistakably real. "You'll tire yourself out." I froze. Slowly, I turned. On the opposite corner of the crossroads stood a figure, barely distinct through the fog. Human in outline, tall, motionless. My heart slammed so hard it hurt. I scrambled to my feet, every instinct screaming to run, though I knew where running would bring me. "Who's there?" My voice cracked against the silence. The figure didn't move. The fog curled around it, teasing its edges. I thought I saw the faint pale oval of a face, but no features, no expression. Just the suggestion of someone watching. I took a step toward it before I realized I had moved, some pull stronger than fear tugging me forward. The humming deepened, as if approving. My map rustled in my satchel like paper shifting of its own accord. That sound broke whatever spell had gripped me. I stumbled back, turned, and fled down the nearest street, teeth gritted, breath ragged. When I dared to glance over my shoulder, the figure was gone, but the impression of its stillness clung to me. By the time I reached the crossroads again, I could barely stand. I collapsed onto the curb once more, shaking. I knew then that the town wasn't simply looping me through its streets. It was watching too. The crossroads was not empty. It was occupied. The rest of the day I spent like a trapped animal, pacing the boundaries of a cage I couldn't see. Each attempt to escape ended at the same intersection. Each pause brought the hum deeper into my bones. By dusk, I was nearly delirious with exhaustion and dread. I returned to the church because it was the only building whose doors had shut behind me. The only place that felt remotely like shelter. I barred the door with a fallen beam and collapsed onto the pew where I'd slept before. That night, the hum grew into something like music. It rose and fell in patterns, almost words, almost a hymn. I pressed my hands over my ears, but it vibrated in my chest, pulsed behind my eyes, and beneath it, other sounds stirred. Footsteps across the nave, wood creaking beneath invisible weight. I held my lantern in shaking hands, casting its glow across empty pews, across dust thick as ash. Nothing moved. And yet I was not alone. I don't remember sleeping, but at some point I must have fallen into a shallow, fevered doze. I dreamed of streets folding inward like paper, creased into smaller and smaller squares, until all that remained was the crossroads, sharp and perfect. At its center was not asphalt but a black hole, humming like a mouth waiting to swallow. And the faceless figure stood beside it, hand outstretched, offering me the map I already held. When I woke, the lantern was out, and someone, or something, had placed the map across my chest. I know I had tucked it into my satchel before lying down. My satchel still lay closed at my side. The map was warm to the touch, as though it had been held tightly in unseen hands. I sat upright, clutching it. My breath came fast. The humming had quieted, softer now, as though expectant. I unfolded the map by lantern's renewed glow. And for the first time since I entered the town, it was different. Faint lines I hadn't noticed before had appeared. Circles layered over the crossroads, spiraling outward, converging again and again on the same intersection. No courthouse square, no other landmarks. Just the spiral, like a snare drawn tighter. My skin crawled. I wanted to tear the map apart, but some instinct warned me not to. It was more than paper now. It was alive with the town's design. Destroying it might destroy me as well. I had to get out, no matter how impossible it seemed. In the pale light of morning, I resolved to test the outer limits. Perhaps if I walked long enough without turning, even if I crossed the same intersection 100 times, I might eventually break free. Desperation leaves little room for logic. So I set out again, this time refusing to stop at the crossroads. I marched straight through, head down, boots steady, counting my steps. Each time the crossroads reappeared, I did not pause. I pushed through again and again, sweat dripping, legs trembling. 5 times, 10, 20. I lost count. The fog thickened, thinned, thickened again. My voice grew hoarse from whispering numbers. And still, every street led me back to the center. By the time my body gave out, I was half convinced the world outside this town no longer existed. Perhaps the iron arch I had walked under never been a gate, but a mouth. And stepping through had sealed me into a world of 4 corners and one unending path. Perhaps no one would ever know I had come here. As I collapsed once more at the crossroads, the humming swelled into something like laughter. Low, endless, joyless laughter. And from the corner of my eye, I saw the faceless figure again. This time it was closer. The figure was closer than before. No longer across the intersection, but standing on the same stretch of broken pavement as me. The fog wrapped around its form, but it did not blur. It sharpened. A tall silhouette, shoulders square, head tilted slightly as though studying me. The humming rattled in my bones, and the air felt charged, like the moments before a storm breaks. My throat went dry. I couldn't make myself stand. My legs trembled uselessly against the curb. I wanted to shout at it, demand to know what it wanted, but my voice refused to rise above a whisper. "What are you?" The figure gave no answer. It simply raised one arm, a slow, deliberate motion, and pointed to the map clutched in my hands. My skin prickled. I looked down. The spiral that had appeared the night before seemed darker now. Bolder, as if ink had been freshly drawn in the night. The circles tightened toward the crossroads at the center. But in the very middle of that coil was something new. A mark. A dot so black it looked like a hole burnt through the paper. When I lifted my head, the figure was gone. The fog drifted as if nothing had stood there at all. But the humming had not faded. It swelled, as if pleased. I stumbled back toward the church, desperate for walls around me. Inside, I dropped the map onto the pew and stared at it, as though staring long enough would undo its design. The spiral coiled tighter the longer I looked, almost as if the paper breathed. I pressed my hands against my eyes until bursts of color danced behind them. I wanted to rip it apart, to scatter its fragments into the streets, but fear rooted me. Some part of me believed the paper was no longer separate from me, that if I destroyed it, something essential inside me would tear too. The hours dragged. Hunger gnawed at me, though I forced down bits of dried rations. My canteen grew lighter with each sip. I thought of my father, of how he had taught me to trust maps, to orient myself by landmarks and lines. I wanted to believe he would have found a way out, but I also knew he had never walked into a place like this. By late afternoon, I could no longer stand being still. I left the church and carried the map with me, though every instinct screamed to abandon it. I told myself I would find the courthouse, square no matter what the town wanted. If the map had betrayed me, perhaps I could betray it in return. The fog hung lower that day, thick bands of white drifting between buildings. I followed what should have been Main Street, stepping around potholes filled with rainwater. My boots echoed against silence so total it pressed on my skull. Each block blurred into the next. My head spun. I staggered forward, half delirious, clutching the map. When I looked up again, I was not at the crossroads. For the first time since arriving, the town had shifted. Before me stretched a wide-open square, ringed by buildings slouched with age. At its center rose the courthouse, its windows dark hollows, its stone columns cracked but unfallen. Relief surged so hard it made me dizzy. I had done it. I had broken free of the loop. I nearly ran across the square, reckless with hope. My boots slapped against the pavement. My breath came in sharp bursts. I climbed the courthouse steps 2 at a time and shoved the heavy doors open. They groaned but gave way. Inside, the air was colder, the dust thicker. The floor was patterned tile, worn to near smoothness. Faded murals flaked from the walls. And there, directly beneath the high dome, was something that made me freeze. The spiral, carved into the tile floor itself, a perfect mirror of the one on my map. The lines coiled inward to the center of the chamber, where a circle of darkness yawned. It was not a hole in the floor, at least not one that obeyed physics. It looked like shadow given depth, as if the tiles themselves had sunk into infinite black. From it, the humming rose, louder than ever, vibrating the dome overhead. I stumbled back, clutching the map to my chest. The spiral on the paper pulsed faintly, its lines alive, synchronized with the one beneath my feet. My stomach turned as I realized the town had not let me escape the crossroads at all. It had brought me here. It had guided me into the center of its design. Something moved at the edges of the chamber. Figures emerged from doorways and alcoves, faceless like the one I had seen before. Dozens of them, each tall and still, their heads tilted in unison. They formed a ring around the spiral, silent witnesses. My heart hammered so hard I thought it would burst. The humming deepened. My map writhed in my hands, its paper bending though I did not move. The spiral on the page glowed faintly, lines of ink turning into threads of dim light. I wanted to drop it, but my fingers would not obey. My skin burned where it touched the parchment. The figures raised their arms, all at once, pointing to the spiral on the floor. My body lurched forward as though pulled by strings. My boots dragged across the tile toward the black circle at the spiral's center. I fought it, every muscle screaming in protest, but the pull was inexorable. The humming was inside me now, louder than thought, louder than breath. No, I gasped, though the word was swallowed by the sound. I won't. The edge of the circle loomed closer, so black it seemed to eat the light from my lantern. I dug my heels into the tile, but my strength was nothing. My toes hovered above the abyss. The faceless witnesses stood unmoving, arms still outstretched. Desperation gave me one last thought. If the map had led me here, perhaps the map could free me too. I forced my hands to tear at the parchment. The paper screamed as it ripped, the sound sharper than any human voice. Light bled from the torn edges. The humming faltered, cracked, shrieked. The pull on my body wavered. I tore again, ripping the spiral in two. The figures shuddered, their faceless heads whipping in unison. A sound like wind rushing through a canyon filled the courthouse. The black circle at the spiral's center quivered, its edges rippling like disturbed water. I threw the torn pieces into it. The darkness convulsed, then collapsed inward with a deafening silence. The humming stopped. The pull vanished. The figures dissolved into mist. I fell to my knees on the cracked tile, gasping, my hands raw and bleeding from the paper's bite. When I finally staggered upright, the chamber was empty. The spiral etched into the floor remained, but its center was only stone now. The fog outside had thinned. Through the courthouse doors, I saw streets that looked different, less warped, less hostile. I ran. Down the courthouse steps, across the square, through the streets that no longer circled back. The iron arch appeared ahead, its rusted letters clearer now. For the first time since I entered, I passed beneath it without resistance. The road beyond stretched open, leading into forest and sky. I did not stop running until the town was a shadow behind me. It has been days since I left. My body is sore, my supplies nearly gone. But I am free. At least I want to believe I am. Yet sometimes when the world falls quiet, I hear the faintest hum in my chest, steady and patient. When I close my eyes, I see the spiral burn behind my eyelids. And at night, I dream of the crossroads waiting for me, unchanged, eternal. I don't know if I escaped, or if the town simply allowed me to walk farther into its design.